Thank you, Andy. Good morning. Today is David, are we ready to go?
Yes, we're good.
Okay. Good morning. Today is the first day of remote evidentiary hearings being held by the Department of Public Utilities in docket D.P.U. 2295. The petitioner in this matter is National Grid. My name is Connor Tarr. I'm the hearing officer in this proceeding. We are conducting these evidentiary hearings remotely using Zoom video conferencing. These hearings are being recorded and will be available for viewing on YouTube. Parties should be aware that the official transcript of the proceeding is being transcribed by the reporter appointed by the department for that purpose. The stenographer is also participating remotely. He will transcribe everything said during this hearing. As we are relying on the internet or telephones to participate, we could experience some technical difficulties such as sound from speakers, including potential background noise, video and audio issues, and potential delays. Therefore, it is imperative to speak slowly and clearly, to allow a speaker to finish speaking before you begin speaking, and to pay attention to the video of the person speaking, as well as my video. I will raise my hand as a signal on my video if I need to interrupt the person currently speaking to ask them to stop. It is also helpful if you mute your audio when you are not speaking to reduce any background noise. We appreciate everyone's cooperation in participating in this hearing. As you can see on your Zoom video stream, there are several other people from the department who will be participating on our virtual bench today. I'll ask that they raise their hand in their Zoom window when I identify them as follows. Andy Green, Director of the Siting Division. Joan Foster Evans, General Counsel of the Siting Division. Joan. Wayne Wang, Assistant Director of the Siting Division. And Smitha Divakar, Energy Analyst of the Siting Division. The company's proposal is to separate an approximate 1.85 mile segment of its existing 115 kilovolt overhead transmission lines, currently installed on double circuit lattice towers, onto two distinct sets of structures termed the project. The project will be located within an existing electric transmission line right-of-way that extends from National Grid's Pottersville switching station in Somerset, Massachusetts, crosses the Taunton River into Fall River, Massachusetts, and continues easterly within the right-of-way to Sykes Road Substation in Fall River, Massachusetts. With certain exceptions, the project will be constructed entirely within the company's existing right-of-way. Next, I'll ask that the council identify themselves for the record and state the name of the party for which they are appearing at this time.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Tarr, David Rosenzweig and Mike Kaler from the law firm of Keegan Worland. We are representing New England Power Company doing business as National Grid in this proceeding. Also appearing today is Mark Riley, Assistant General Counsel for National Grid.
And representing the intervener.
Good morning. My name is Richard A. Nyland Jr. I'm of Lynch, D. Simone, and Nyland, and I'm representing two parties, Somerset Riverside 1606 LLC and Weavers Cove Industrial Park LLC. Gianna Thibault is in the audience with me as well.
Thank you very much, Chip. Are there any procedural matters that we need to discuss before we begin?
Company has none. No, thank you.
I could just, if I could, as I indicated, this is Chip Nyland. Can you tell me the length? I have a hard stop at 12. Was there a time period associated with this hearing officer, or what's your pleasure?
So the hearing for today is scheduled from 10 to 5. Depending on questions and length, we may end up concluding at the end of the day, but if there are additional questions or additional concerns we need to address, this is also scheduled for Thursday from 10 to 5 as needed. So for today, we were anticipating going until 5 o'clock. as questions remain.
Okay, well, perhaps we could take a stop around noontime so I can make other arrangements with respect to my afternoon appointment and see how things are going.
Absolutely. And we can discuss that off the record if need be as well.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. I'll note that the company has provided a draft exhibit list from dated January 31st of 2024. I'll note that National Grid's witnesses will be questioned as a panel. Next, I'll ask that each witness introduce him or herself for the record and state their affiliation.
Might I suggest that Mr. Kaler take you through the various witnesses that we are having available for examination today, and then perhaps they get sworn in either individually, collectively, and then we would do brief direct examination on them if that's okay with staff.
That works. We'll proceed that way. Mr. Kaler.
Thank you, Mr. Tar. So we'll just go through the list. So David Barron.
Good morning.
Mr. Barron, part of the hearing officer's request, can you just identify yourself and your name and your affiliation?
Yes, my name is David Barron, spelt B-E-R-O-N. I'm employed by National Grid USA Service Company. And my business address is 170 Data Drive, Waltham, Massachusetts, zip 02451.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Next up, Melissa Scott.
Yes, good morning. My name is Melissa Scott, spelled S-C-O-T-T, and I'm employed with National Grid. Address 170 Data Drive, Waltham, Mass. Zip code 02451.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Rain Sheh.
Yeah. My name is Jingrui Xie, J-I-N-G-R-U-I, last name X-I-E, and just want to add the X pronounced like S-H. Thank you. I'm employed by National Grid USA Service Company. My business address is 175 East Old Country Road, Hicksville, New York, 11801. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Erin Woriski.
Good morning. My name is Erin Woriski, W-H-O-R-I-S-K-E-Y, and I work for National Grid. The address is 170 Data Drive, Waltham, Mass. 02451.
Thank you. Jamie Durand.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jamie Durand. I'm with Power Engineers, located at 2 Hampshire Street in Foxborough, Massachusetts, and we are assisting National Grid with the environmental licensing and permitting for the project.
Thank you, Mr. Durand. Ms. Deppa, Lisa Deppa.
Hi, my name is Lisa Deppa. I'm also with Power Engineers. I'm a transmission line engineer supporting with the design of the project. My business address is 300 American Metro Boulevard, Suite 210, Hamilton, New Jersey, zip code 08619.
Thank you. Danielle Lorenz.
Good morning. My name is Danielle Aretz, and I work at National Grid. The address is 170 Data Drive, Waltham, Massachusetts, 02451.
Thank you. Patricia Wong.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Wong, W-O-N-G. I work for National Grid USA Service Company, 170 Data Drive, Waltham, Mass. 02451.
Thank you. And last but not least, Benjamin Kotz.
Good morning. My name is Benjamin Kotz. My employer is Exponent, and my business address is 17,000 Science Drive, Suite 200 in Bowie, Maryland. That's spelled B-O-W-I-E. The zip code is 20715.
That's, excuse me, Mr. Tar, that's the panel for today. If you'd like to swear them, then we can do the direct exam for each.
Bonner, you're muted.
Thank you, Wayne. I will now swear in the witnesses. Please raise your right hand so that I can see it in the Zoom window and take yourself off mute. Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you give today will be the whole truth?
Yes.
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 I do.
Please let the record indicate that the witnesses have been sworn. Mr. Kaler, would you like to conduct direct examination of your witnesses?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Tar. So let's go back to you, Mr. Barron. Can you please tell us your position with National Grid?
Yes, good morning. I am a consulting project manager in the electric business for National Grid.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I'm the project manager for the proposed project.
On what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
Prepared to testify on matters of project management, construction, and other general topics.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Good morning again, Ms. Scott.
Good morning.
And what is your position with National Grid?
I am a principal planning engineer.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I have been a transmission planning engineer for the project.
On what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
I am prepared to testify on section 2 on project need and also section 3 on project alternatives.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
Yes, I do. I would like to bring to your attention the response to D.P.U. PA-1.
Okay.
Okay, in that response, I would just like to add a few words to the end of the first sentence. The words that I would like to add are that were not already under construction at the time of the 2029 SEMA Rhode Island, or SEMA RI needs reassessment.
Ms. Scott, for clarity, do you mind reading what you intend or what the first sentence of the company's response to D.P.U.-PA-1 should read with your correction?
Absolutely. So it should read, the projects in table 2-8 comprise the preferred solutions for group 2 of the 2026 SEMA RI solution study that were not already under construction at the time of the 2029 SEMA RI needs reassessment.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. With that change, do you have any other changes to offer for the record?
I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Ms. Shea?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What is your position with National Grid?
I am the manager of the electric load forecasting team at the company.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? The manager of the
Electric load forecasting team.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I prepared the company's electric load forecast.
And are those the topics on which you're prepared to testify today?
I am prepared to testify on the company's electric load forecasting.
Thank you. Were responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
Yes, I want to bring up my response to D.P.U-N-006. Specifically, at the end of the response, there's a table listed the major changes and enhancements that the company has made to its load forecasting process. So there's one correction I want to make. The electric heat pump load was introduced to the company's load forecasting process in 2020 instead of 2021.
Thank you.
Can you clarify the exhibit number? I'm not sure if the letter is N. I just want to make sure.
It's letter N, like Nancy, N-006.
Got it. We're clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Ms. Roriski.
Good morning.
Good morning. What is your position with National Grid?
I'm a lead environmental scientist.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I oversaw all of the environmental assessment for the various aspects of the project.
And on what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
I'm prepared to testify on the wetlands, rare species, historical and cultural, hazardous waste management.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
And do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Good morning again, Mr. Durand.
Good morning, Mike.
What is your position with Power Engineers?
I'm a senior environmental project manager.
And what has been your role on behalf of the project?
We're assisting National Grid with the preparation of the D.P.U petition, preparation of environmental permits and licenses, and also field work that's been done, rare species, wetlands, land use, impact assessments.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Durant. Good morning again, Ms. Steppa.
Good morning.
What is your position with Power Engineers?
I'm a transmission line project engineer.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
Supporting National Grid in developing the transmission line design for the project.
And on what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
The overall transmission line design, so for example, structure heights, spotting, framing, things of that nature.
Thank you, Ms. Steppa. And recognizing that no written materials bear your name, are you prepared to testify on those topics you just mentioned today?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Steppa. Ms. Oretz?
Good morning.
Good morning. What is your position with National Grid?
I am the manager of stakeholder management for our New England complex capital construction.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, I'm the manager of stakeholder management for complex construction in New England.
Thank you.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
To develop and lead the strategy for stakeholder outreach for this project.
On what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
I am prepared to testify on our outreach strategies, materials that were developed for outreach, and our interactions with project abutters and the town, city.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Wong.
Good morning.
What is your position with National Grid?
I am in-house real estate counsel.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I've been dealing with various real estate matters, property rights, questions, and issues.
And on what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
The negotiations with the abutting landowner, Mr. Tebow, in Somerset-Fall River.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Recognizing that your name has not specifically appeared on written materials, are those the topics on which you're prepared to testify today?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kotz.
Good morning.
What is your position with Exponent?
I am a principal engineer.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I have overseen and performed calculations of the electric and magnetic fields associated with the project.
And on what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
On the electric and magnetic fields related to the project.
And similarly, recognizing that your name has not appeared on written materials to date, are you prepared to testify to the topics you've identified?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Mr. Kotz. Mr. Tar, that's the company's full suite of witnesses available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Kaler. First, as a preliminary matter, the updated responses that are now going to be reflected within the record, I'd ask that the company, following this hearing, provide updated language pursuant to the language that was testified here today regarding the changes and modifications to DPU PA1 and DPU N6. Now moving on, pursuant to the hearing and witness schedule that I issued back on October the 6th of 2023, we will discuss any matters related to the project. We are currently scheduled for today, February 6th, as well as Thursday, February 8th, as needed. I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Wang. After DPU staff have had a chance to ask questions, the interveners may ask questions if they choose to do so, and then there will be an opportunity for redirect examination. So at this time, I'll turn the questioning over to Mr. Wang.
Thank you, Mr. Tar. Good morning, panelists. I'll start off with saying that my questions are directed at the whole panel. So I'm not necessarily directing it to particular witnesses in case the witnesses have, know the answer, though they should chime in. Okay. So I'm going to start with the general question. Just to start us off, could the company begin by describing the project and also just summarizing any changes to the project that are reflected in the record since the petition was filed with us?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Wong. This is David Barron. The nature of the project is to separate two of National Grid's 115,000 volt transmission lines known as the N12 and M13 transmission lines that are currently carried on a common double circuit structure. The purpose of the project is to separate the lines so that they are carried on independent structures. So there will be one set of structures carrying the N12 line and a separate set of structures carrying the M13 line once the project is completed. And that's proposed to take place between National Grid's Pottersville switching station, which is located in the town of Somerset, Massachusetts, and the Sykes Road substation, which is located in the city of Fall River. The distance of the transmission lines between those two stations is approximately 1.85 miles.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Okay. So can I now refer you and the company to your response to DPU-G-1, please? Let me know when you're ready.
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. So I just wanted to confirm with you if the attachment with the Gantt chart, if that is generally still an accurate depiction rather, of the project schedule as it stands today.
Yes, that's still an accurate projection of our anticipated schedule.
Thank you. Okay, now I'd like to refer you to the company's response to DPU-G-6. And that is the table of the permits and approvals that the company states that it requires for this project.
Yes.
Thank you. So if you could indulge me and walk me through this table to provide me with any updates that you have with the status of these approvals and permits, please.
I think that would be best addressed by Mr. Durand. If I could ask Jamie to walk us through that.
Sure, Mr. Wong. You're looking at D.P.U. G6. Walking through the table, so for the Army Corps of Engineers, we have a pre-construction notification. We have that drafted, and we have the archaeological historic preservation report that goes along with the Corps application. We're looking to file that by the end of this first quarter. We've also, as part of the Corps application, been doing consultation through the IPAC rare species review with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. We'll be preparing a NPDES, NPDES, which is the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Construction General Permit. That'll be filed a little later as we get closer to construction. Presumably, once we have all our permit conditions, we will include the permit conditions in our NPDES general permit application that will be filed with the EPA. Looking at the state approvals, obviously we're here in the D.P.U. public hearings. For Mass Department of Environmental Protection, we've been in consultation with the Mass DEP. We were looking at filing a minor modification for the crossing of the river, the Taunton River. The DEP requested that we file for a new license. So we have that application filed. I mean, not filed, I'm sorry. We have the Chapter 91 license application prepared, and we plan to file that by the end of this first quarter. The DEP also requires a water quality certification for our impacts to wetlands on the right-of-way. We have a draft of that application. We plan to prepare, submit end of Q1 2024. CZM, Coastal Zone Management, and Massachusetts Historical Commission have both commented through the MEPA, Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act review process. We have been through the MEPA process, and we did receive a final certificate from the Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs. We had filed a single environmental impact report. The Massachusetts Natural Heritage Program, we've completed the review for state listed rare species. And the DOT, looking at state highway access permits for construction. We'll be filing those tentatively Q2 of 2024. And then for municipal, if we need to amend any of our existing grants of location with the city of Fall River or the town of Somerset, we will. We have not filed for those. And under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, we're required to file notices of intent with both the Somerset Conservation Commission and the Fall River Conservation Commission. We have those applications drafted. And again, we're looking to submit those at the end of this quarter, Q1 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Durand. It seems to me that there's not really been any change to the statuses in that right-hand corner, that right-hand column as you went through. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's generally correct. We've come to being close to finalizing the applications, but we still have some logistics to work through. But we will be filing hopefully Q1 2024.
Thank you. And you stated in the municipal approvals that you have the order of conditions for Somerset and Fall River, the notice of intent drafted. Is that correct?
We have those drafted. That's correct.
Thank you. And as part of that drafting, have you done any consultation with Somerset and Fall River Concoms yet?
I will ask Danielle Retz to chime in, but we have had discussions with the town of Somerset and the city of Fall River, not only conservation commissions, but various representatives of both municipalities. And Danielle, if you have anything to add.
Only that oh, sorry, Jamie. Only that those meetings went well, and the towns were both cooperative and said that when we were ready to present in front of them, that we could do so.
Thank you, Mr. Ritz. The reason I ask is because in that table that we were talking about at page 2, under Mass DEP, there's a row that says Massachusetts wetland. Sorry, the acronym's escaping me. WPA, Wetlands Protection Act, superseding order of conditions, potential, and the status is if needed. I was just wondering if there's any cause for you to think that that would be needed.
I'm not, I'm thinking that Jamie or Aaron could maybe answer that question.
Mr. Wong, this is Jamie Durand again. No, at this point in time, we don't anticipate needing to go to the DP to request a superseding order of conditions. I think the reason they're listed in the table is because they do have the jurisdiction ultimately over the Wetlands Protection Act, and it is a possible state permit. And so at this permit list, we originally generated for the expanded environmental notification form that went to MEPA, and it identified potential state permits. So to answer your question, no, we don't think we'll need superseding orders. We think we'll get orders of conditions from both Somerset and Fall River.
Thank you, Mr. Duran, and thank you, Mr. Retz. So the next questions I have are for need. I'd just like to ask my colleagues if you have any questions on anything that was said before, any general questions for the project. Okay. So I'm going to start off again with a general question for need now. And I believe I have the need witnesses in front of me. So again, panel, I'm directing the question to the entire panel. Please chime in if you have the answer. Could the company please provide a general overview of the need for the project and make sure to describe how it's related to the ISO New England need assessment and subsequent updates as well?
Yes, I can answer that. The need for this project is to address ISO New England's determination of additional transmission capacity within the load pocket. This was determined through the SEMA Rhode Island studies for 2026 needs and 2026 solution studies, as well as the 2029 needs reassessment. It's immediately required by ISO New England to prevent voltage collapse within the load pocket and thermal overloads on National Grid and Eversource transmission equipment under a range of transmission system contingencies. And if you refer to the response to DPU-G-4, you will see that we also discussed that in 2020, when the 2029 needs reassessment was conducted, ISO New England determined that even though since the 2026 study, the ISO New England criteria had changed, they were going to use the same criteria as well as original dispatch assumptions in the 2029 needs reassessment, because these are time-sensitive needs, which means per ISO New England, time-sensitive is within 3 years per their planning process. So using these same assumptions on criteria, as well as load dispatch assumptions, the only change they made was the load forecast and in topology changes since the 2026 study. Based on their needs reassessment, the need for the DCT separation was still found The criteria change that occurred was that they no longer required the DCT or double circuit tower contingency as a second contingency on PTF. However, it is still required to be tested per NPCC Directory 1 criteria to determine if there's any impact on bulk power system or BPS. And it was found to have impact. But since then, recently, ISO New England has done a reassessment of their BPS buses, and the buses that were identified as having impact are not BPS. But regardless of that criteria, there's contingency still occurs. If it were to occur, there still would be a voltage collapse of approximately 450 megawatts, which is 161,000 customers possible in the load pocket. And in addition, even with the new criteria, we would still see the need to reconductor N12 and M13. And if you refer to our responses in D.P.U. N-8 and D.P.U. PA-4, we discuss how reconductoring N12 and M13 would require or likely require separate lines for safety clearance issues, as well as outage constraints.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Just gathering my thoughts. Okay, so you brought up DPU-G-4 in the company's response, and that's really helpful. I did have some clarifying questions on that response, and especially with regard to the double circuit tower contingency. So I assume, do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. So just to break it down for my understanding, the initial 2026 study was done in 2016. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so when you say the contingency changed, the criteria changed, that was a criteria that ISO New England used, and that was changed the year after 2016.
Correct.
Thank you. And as you stated, despite ISO New England's criteria change, because the NPCC still requires double circuit tower testing, double circuit tower considered as a second contingency testing for bulk power system elements. Therefore, the project is still required under that requirement.
Just to clarify, it's actually it requires the testing to be done to determine if there's any impact on bulk power system.
Thank you. So, and I'd like to confirm that the assets that we're talking about, N12 and M13, are those considered bulk power system elements, or or is it that anything that happens to them could affect the rest of the bulk power system?
Anything that could happen to them could affect the rest of the bulk power system.
Okay. So just to confirm, those are not considered elements in them of the bulk power system in themselves.
I'm not sure I can answer that. It's CEII.
Okay, that's fair. Okay. So I guess what I wanted to understand was also that in October 2020, sorry, not October 2020, the ISO New England, as you stated, wanted to confirm that projects that were not built from the 2026 needs assessment were still needed for based off of 2029 conditions. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just if you could refresh my memory, ISO New England applied the same criteria that it used in the 2026 needs assessment to the 2029 needs assessment.
That is correct.
And I believe you explained this, but could you explain it again, why it decided to do so, even though it changed its criteria in 2017?
They decided that at the time, they were pretty far along with the study. So as a transition, they determined that for Seymour et al., they would continue to use the criteria for time-sensitive needs. And time-sensitive meaning required in less than 3 years.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I just need to clarify this just. So does it matter if ISO New England changed its criteria if under another criteria that you are also another requirement that you're also beholden to, that there would be issues due to double circuit tower contingencies?
You're right. You would have to comply to both. And ISO states that in their planning criteria that there are other criteria such as MPCC and NERC criteria that one would also have to consider.
Thank you. And if you could indulge me, do you see any point in the future that there be an agreement between those two conflicting requirements, or not?
They're not conflicting. It's more of, I think ISO New England covers what NPCC and NERC doesn't. So there are non-BPS parts of the system that are called pool transmission facilities that ISO is responsible for. So that PP3 is made sure to cover the remaining part of the system that may not be covered by NPCC or NERC. So they complement.
Thank you. And they complement, and there might also be some overlaps between the things covered.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's really helpful. Can I refer the company now to your response to DPU-N-7, please? And let me know when you're ready to answer.
I'm ready.
Thank you. So in the last sentence of that first paragraph of the company's response, you answered the question and stated that you estimate that the overall headroom created by the project could be fully consumed by approximately 2034, which is beyond the planning horizon for this project. I will note that I understand that. But just for the record, if I could have you, sort of predict what options the company could be looking at for this area beyond that 2034 timeline, if you're able to.
We have not studied out beyond the 10-year horizon. So I wouldn't be able to comment on what future projects may result from a needs assessment.
Okay, and that this just might not be part of your domain, but I understand that the ESMPs filed by the company do look a little further down. I'm wondering if you have any expertise on that.
I'm aware of that testing. It's mostly done on the distribution system. So the lookout on the transmission system has not really been analyzed.
Okay. Would you be able to state that there could be the possibility for more transmission, or I guess what I'm looking for is not you know, a confirmed project. I'm looking for, maybe if you could tell me, you know, what your thoughts are on how the transmission system in this area could increase capacity in the future.
Yeah, I probably could just say that there would be need for possibly other reconductorings, maybe even 345 kV, but this is all speculation into meeting that load. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to refer you to the company's response to DPU-N-8.
Yes.
Thank you. So in the last paragraph, I would just like a clarification on the phrase in that last sentence. So the company states, however, QP1153 would have been able to dispatch against the 1200 megawatt interconnection project. I would like if you could explain in sort of more layman's terms what you mean by dispatch against.
Sure. So in the interconnection study, they would turn on the generator that's being studied. And often to turn on a generator, you have to displace other generation while you bring that generation on in an interconnection type study. So in this being in the same area, if you brought on the 400 megawatts, you could have backed off or brought the 1200 megawatt unit down to 800 megawatts. And that's considered a redispatch or dispatch against.
So the idea is the new generation is replacing the assumed, that the old generation that's assumed that might retire if that new generation came on?
Not necessarily retire, just that this is all per the interconnection procedures that ISO manages, but it could be a new generator, and it's you keep a certain amount of generation on in the area. So to turn one on, you'd have to back off another one. So it's just dispatching it down to a lower level of output instead of retiring. And this is really just how the ISO does interconnection studies, that you're allowed to turn one on and back another unit off.
Thank you. I understand it conceptually. I'm just trying to figure it out in my head practically. I guess curtailing generation does, you know, if you could it help with the longevity of that other piece of generation if it's used less often?
Oh, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes, so maybe this doesn't help to think in you know, practical, in the practical arena, but I never mind. Thank you. Okay, so I would like to refer the company now to two tables in the analysis that you provided, and these are on pages 2-8 and 2-11. So these are tables 2.5 and table 2.11.
Okay, I'm there.
So repeat that one. So these are tables 2-5?
The tables are 2-5 and 2-11. They're on two different pages of the analysis.
Thank you.
Yep. I need a second to get there too. Excuse me. Okay. So, Ms. Scott, are these two tables complementary?
So, excuse me, table 2-5 came from the ISO New England's Seymour, Rhode Island needs reassessment, which had only assumed projects in service that were under construction or already in service. Whereas the table on 2-11 was based on an analysis that we had done internally, which assumed the 114 extension in service, as well as the Bell Rock upgrades and the tie-in of the M13 line into Bell Rock. So the results would be different.
Thank you. So the relationship between them is that they assume that the company's table at 2-11 assumed additional projects that were already in service.
Correct.
Thank you. And so it doesn't have to do with different CELT forecasting, is that correct?
It has to do with that as well. It's both.
Are there any other factors? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, there would. Yeah, it would. Those would be the only two factors. The project topology might have changed as well as the load consideration.
Thank you. And I have
topology, TOP, topology.
Topology, correct.
Thank you. I have the same question for the set of tables 2-7 and 2-12. And those are on pages 2-13 and 2-8.
Yes, the same applies here. These are the voltage results between the two studies.
Thank you. That is clarifying.
David, for clarity, I'll just make sure that all document reference page numbers are being referred to Exhibit NG1A with table numbers and page numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Tar. So just so I'm clear on what I'm looking at, in table 2-7, it appears
unclear. Repeat it, please.
Sorry. Just so I'm clear of what I'm seeing here, Ms. Scott, if you look at table 2-7, all of the voltages seem to be in the voltage collapse category. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And in table 2-12, in that first, that second column, it stated that the conditions in the load pocket are acceptable but approaching voltage collapse. So that just means that they all would be above 0.85. Is that correct?
They would be, considering saying acceptable, it would have to be above the criteria. So on Eversource's system, it would be above 0.95. And on National Grids, it would be above 0.9.
Okay. That seems quite different. And what you're saying is that just based off of the different topology assumed and the 2021 CELP versus 2019 CELP, that all of these voltage results were above 0.9 and 0.95 with different assumptions?
Yeah, the difference in that first column is it's the ISO New England forecast, and you can see in table 2-12 that the load pocket is around 400 megawatts, as opposed to the load pocket for the other areas are quite a bit higher. And they're definitely above the critical load level where voltage collapse would occur.
Thank you. And just to confirm, I believe the company says so, that it is your opinion that the ISO New England based forecast is not as accurate as the company's forecast.
Correct.
And therefore, would it be your testimony that even though in that second column, based off of the ISO New England forecast, that even though it states that the voltage results are acceptable but approaching voltage collapse, that we should not put as much weight on that statement compared to that last column with the company's forecast?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have for need questions. Does anyone else have any follow-up on the need questions? I understand that there is a need witness that would not be available in the afternoon. Okay. Mr. Tar, I believe we had some questions to answer based off of council availability.
Yes, we did. So, Mr. Nyland, we can go off the record if you'd like to discuss further. Were you able to coordinate with your afternoon meeting, or did you have any additional questions that you'd like to put on the record now? Or we can actually we'll take our first 10-minute break. If you'd like to discuss it off the record, we can. And then we'll come back on. So meet back at 11:15. And we'll come back, and if you have any questions, Mr. Nyland, we can address them then. I will tell Mr. Kohler that I believe that you can dismiss your panelist, Miss Shi. I believe that addresses all of the questions regarding need, unless I'm overstepping, Mr. Wong.
I hope the project alternative questions don't get into load a little bit, but
well,
I do have questions.
How about we ask you to come back until your hard stop? Mr. Wong will try and address any potential project alternative questions that would involve load first, and we'll do that when we come back. So we'll take a break now. Mr. Nyland, I'll talk with you off the record and we can discuss any potential scheduling issues. So meet back at 11:15.
And certainly David could join us. I don't have any problem with that.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Tar, you said 10 minutes, was it?
Yep, 10-minute break.
Okay.
We'll meet back at 11:15.
Thank you.
So Connor, were you planning on speaking on this Zoom? We can't stop the Zoom. This is still live on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Can't stop the Zoom. We could go on to Teams if you would prefer, if we want to have kind of an off the record discussion, or we could just have it here. But understand that the Zoom and
Right.
YouTube is not off.
I'll leave that up to Mr. Nyland, depending on how much he wants to discuss it on YouTube or not. I just wanted to leave it open to you. If you want to discuss it here, we can do that. If you'd prefer to have a separate phone call or conversation, we can do it that way as well.
You know, I'm a dinosaur, so it's likely that if I disconnected here, I might never find you again. So this is fine. I think there's a general agreement that if you're off the record, it doesn't have to be included in the transcript. So let me just say that I apologized earlier. I wasn't aware that I was going to be attending this until late Friday afternoon. So I just went offline. I was supposed to be at a meeting up in Lynn, and I've changed that. Somebody else is going to cover that for me. So I will be here this afternoon and will be able to stay with you. I would also say that I'm not going to have any questions on need. My questions will relate to schedule and other permitting and other matters. So, you know, in terms of dismissing, that's why I wanted to have David, you know, stick with this discussion that I don't, you know, once the department is completed with its questions, I'm not going to have any with respect to need.
Okay.
So,
Connor, just a quick thing before you dismiss the need witnesses, David might have some redirect. I'm sorry, David. I don't know if that's what you were going to say, but you need to give David that opportunity on the record.
I will check in once we finish here. I suspect the answer is no, but I also want to sort of facilitate, Chip, to the extent possible, where in the general questioning that preceded need, there was some questions about permits and timing and schedule, and that if Chip wanted to do some questioning on that at this point, we would not object in sort of taking that maybe out of order from project alternatives. It's sort of everybody else's discretion here as to whether that happens, but we you know want to get through this as efficiently as possible, and if that accommodates Chip and doesn't cause complications with the overall sequence from the staff, we could do that.
Since we're beginning a new section after the break, we can close up general questions with Mr. Nyland and then move on to project alternatives after he finishes his follow-up questions. And then I'll give an opportunity for redirect as well.
Okay.
We'll do, just as far as order is concerned, I'll do an opportunity for redirect regarding need first and foremost, and then I'll open it up to Mr. Nyland to ask any additional questions regarding general or need, and then we'll move on to project alternatives after that.
Okay, well, that's fine. Procedurally, and I haven't been in front of the department. Are there plans or exhibits? You know, I have all the exhibits, but if we want to talk about, you know, the specific sites, I have a couple of documents from 2023. I'm not sure if they've changed, that show the temporary and the permanent easements. Is that something that we're able to put up so that that we can all know what we're talking about, or is what's the process?
Right, Chip. And Joe, and I don't mean to speak. There are documents in the record that have graphics of the proposed easement area, their size, the temporary, the permanent. I don't have offhand. I don't have the reference to it, but those could be examined and be brought up on the screen for questioning from you.
Okay, well, I don't have the ability to bring them up on the screen myself. That's why I was asking, does the department have those, or do you have those, David, or how could we proceed?
Right. They are part of the records. The department has them and we have them. It's just a matter of who has the share screen capability to.
Yeah, just if we can easily share those.
Right.
But we just need the exhibit numbers and page numbers, okay, just so we can find what we're talking about. And so that we're not, farbling around on the record would be nice. So if you can identify what the numbers are for the documents that you want to ask questions about, our staff can pull them up and share them on the screen. And then we just state in the record, because the YouTube is not the official record, it's the transcript. So we just have to be clear on the transcript to state what it is we're looking at and asking questions about.
I think David and his people are probably more likely to know what those exhibits are than I printed everything out last night, the 400 or 500 pages. So I can't tell you. I can tell you that it's temporary and permanent easements prepared by Power for Somerset. It's dated 8/15/23, and for Fall River, it's 8/28/23.
And David, I don't want to overstep as far as what the panelist is. I'm sure that if you open it up as a question to the panel, the specific person that's responsibility that would be able to answer those questions could probably easily identify the exhibit that you're referencing most likely. And then after the exhibit is identified, we can do it as a share screen after that. So I think we can make it so that everyone's able to see the same screen and same information. I'm sure that we can get there.
And thank you very much, presiding officer. My intent was to use this 10 minutes so we wouldn't waste time while everyone was going looking for those things. That's why I just wanted to mention those were the documents or the plans that I was looking for. So,
well, I think after this, I think David can alert his team that they'll find it ahead of time.
We're doing it presently. I'm sending texts to the team as we're talking.
I'm sure you know these inside out, David. So. Well, I appreciate your indulgence, presiding officer.
Absolutely. So we have 3 whole minutes. Okay. So if you need to take a break, we'll come back in a couple minutes and proceed forward.
Thank you very much.
Good job, Mr. Tar.
Nice job, Mr. Wong. I appreciate that. Was a good slide. Liked your waiting slide.
Thank you.
All right. Just wait for David to get back. David, are you good to go?
1 second.
Yep. Just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, we're good.
Thank you. Back on the record with D.P.U. 2295. First, I'm going to open up any redirect regarding the questions pertaining to need or general questions to Mr. Kaler or Mr. Rosenwig. Is there any additional questions regarding need for redirect?
The company has no questions on the need issue. We'll sort of hold any redirect on the general side until after Mr. Nyland conducts his examination, which may touch upon similar subjects. So at least on the need issue, we're all set.
Understood. Thank you very much. For our discussion off the record, at this time, I'm going to open up any additional cross-examinations, questions regarding general topics or need topics to Mr. Nyland as the intervener in this matter. So, Mr. Nyland, do you have any additional questions regarding general or need cross-examination?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer Chip Nyland, on behalf of the interveners. So generally, as I understand from reading the responses to the D.P.U. discovery, and I would like to thank staff for great questions during discovery and also today. I note that there's a statement that there are in active, National Grid's in active negotiations with my clients. I think as we all know, my clients own properties on both sides, on the Somerset and the Weavers Cove side. So I would just like to ask why it was that the only landowner was never given a copy of the MEPA filing at the time that was made by the National Grid. I'm not sure who that's directed to. I guess it would be directed to the woman who was I think it was it Ms. Aretz, who was in charge, the manager of the stakeholder. Maybe I should direct it to Ms. Aretz.
I'm actually going to ask if Jamie Durand can respond to that.
Yeah, this is Jamie Durand from Power Engineers. And again, we're assisting National Grid with the environmental permitting and licensing. So we had prepared the expanded environmental notification form and made the required notifications. We had put the project in the environmental monitor, had the availability of the environmental notification form posted in local newspapers, local distribution in Somerset and Fall River, and I guess I'll need to check this, but I don't believe there was necessarily a requirement to provide, a copy directly to the landowner. When the filing goes out and the notice of the availability of the ENF goes out, if anyone, including landowners, butters, agencies, stakeholders want a copy, they can certainly request a copy.
And just to add to that, it was also available on the project website.
Yeah, Mr. Duran, I'm not suggesting that what you did was not legal. I'm just wondering why, if you didn't reach out to the butter and the landowner for purposes of having a discussion with them to tell them what you were doing. But I understand you sent it to the people that it was required to, and we weren't required to get a copy of that, while we may be required to get copies of other documents. So with respect to the permits that you have stated that you are well along this time of filing them in this quarter, can you tell me, have you shared those permit applications with either of my clients?
So the applications we discussed, the core application, we have some Chapter 91, 401, and 2 notices of intent. To date, I don't believe we shared them with your client. We are currently reviewing, as you probably know, there when you submit some of the applications, there is a signature for a project proponent, which should be National Grid, and in some cases is a signature for a landowner. And so we're currently reviewing what's required in particular for the notice of intent filings for Fall River and Somerset. And so depending on our final evaluations, those may be shared with your client.
So is your position the only, fair to say the only ones you're going to share with us are those that you need our signature?
Mr. Nine, can I just clarify your question? You mean prior to submittal or after submittal?
Prior to submittal.
I think I would have to see if there's someone else on the panel that can ask that. I guess my perspective was, if there's certain signatures that we need from your client as the landowner, in preparing the applications, we would ask that, we would, go through you or someone to get signatures. But I guess in regards to sharing other applications, I'm not sure if someone else in the team can chime in.
Just
This is Erin.
if you're stating that there were in active negotiations and you're not sharing any information with the landowner, I don't know how you can represent to the department that you're in active negotiations with the landowner.
I guess one thing I know Erin was going to speak in. I know that I've attended a few at least 2 site visits. I think one was with your client, and I think one there was some representatives for your client where we did walk the property. We had some preliminary figures that we were showing, access and work pads and staging areas, and we were asked to, reconfigure our staging area. So I guess from that perspective, we are communicating with the landowner, and I think there was someone else that was going to speak.
Yeah, I think I interrupted Ms. Aretz, and my apologies.
No, it was Erin who I believe was going to.
I was just going to add that these documents are public. There are public proceedings that take place at the local level, and we would be happy to notify you of in advance of those filings.
I do recognize that they're public. I think we're the only landowner that's going to be affected according to your filing. I think it would be positive communication if the company would reach out to the landowner rather than relying on us to keep our eye on the legals in the newspaper or a website or otherwise. I think if you're saying that there's active negotiations, that suggests to me that those are good faith negotiations, and I just haven't seen those, that's all. So I will leave it that we are open to having those discussions at any time. So I guess the next question I would have would be with respect to the schedule. Council asked you if you were on schedule, and I'm not sure that I understand what that schedule is. So it would be fair to say that we have the permitting that has to take place first. So can you tell me what the permitting schedule is with respect to securing the items that Mr. Durant listed, Army Corps, NPDES, and the DEP, Chapter 91, et cetera, before you can go forward? How much time are you attributing to the permit process before you can put a spade in the ground?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Nyland. This is David Barron with National Grid. Right now, we're anticipating having all our permits in hand by the end of 2024. And we anticipate starting construction in mid-2025.
Thank you very much. With respect to the permits, I was confused as I was reading the responses as to impacts to bordering vegetated wetlands. And I'm not sure who can answer that question, but there was one suggestion that the impacts to bordering vegetated wetlands were well over 5,000 square feet, which triggers a requirement for a variance or otherwise, but there later on it was less than 500 square feet. Could you clarify how much bordering vegetated wetland will be permanently lost on Somerset first?
Mr. Durand is probably best positioned to answer that question.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm currently looking for our impact tables, but to answer your first question, in Somerset, we do not have any proposed impacts to bordering vegetated wetlands in Somerset.
Okay, I didn't think so. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you. And how about for Weaver's Cove? What's the permanent loss of BVW at Weaver's Cove?
So Weaver's Cove, and I guess for the rest of the staff, when we're talking, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Nyland, we're talking Weaver's Cove, where we're talking that the large parcel that abuts the Taunton River. So in regards to impacts to bordering vegetated wetlands, we do not have any impacts to BVW on the Weaver's Cove property.
Okay, thank you. So I did see a reference. I did see a reference to BVW alteration, but you're saying that has nothing to do with either of our properties. That's on a different property.
That's correct. They're more localized closer to the Sykes Road substation.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Nyland, I apologize. I lost connection for 1 second. So if you were asking me something, I wasn't ignoring you. Is there something I need to follow up on?
No, that's okay. We have a panel discussion, so I'm not sure who to ask. So that
Okay.
I certainly wouldn't take it that way. All right. So with respect to Coastal Bank, what is the impact to Coastal Bank on the Weaver's Cove property, Mr. Duran?
You muted.
If you could give me a minute or so just to find the tables, that would be helpful.
And just as a preliminary matter, Mr. Nyland, I think we're getting a little bit further afar from general questions and getting a little bit more specific. So just make sure that these questions are generalized questions, and then we may end up getting to more specific questions later on throughout the day. So just as a reminder.
Okay, I'm not quite sure how I distinguish those, presiding officer, so
And if I could help, there's a more detailed examination I anticipate the staff would do on all the environmental impacts. Earlier, when staff asked questions under the topic of general, it was really with regard to what permits were required in the schedule. It wasn't in relation to the individualized impacts, their quantity, mitigation measures, and such. And so there's nothing improper about your questions per se. It's just a matter of sequence or timing in terms of how they have arisen to date during the hearings.
and thank you very much for that, David. So, presiding officer, the reason I asked the question about the bordering vegetated wetland is I was inquiring as to whether or not there's a variance that was required, and under the Wetlands Act, that takes a longer period of time. So that was, I consider that to be a general question rather than one that was specific. The next, I want to talk about the project schedule, presiding officer. Would that be appropriate to ask in terms of once the permits are issued, how long the work is going to take place?
Yes, I believe that could cover a general question. I think that would also be covered within the construction methods section that we'll end up talking about in more detail later. But as a general overview, I think that you can ask those questions now.
Okay. So indicate that you're going to start construction, I think, in the middle of 2025. Has access to the site been established with respect to construction and staging? I'm particularly interested in there's a MBTA easement. I don't believe it's a license that's been granted to the company on the Weaver's Cove side for access. And I'm inquiring as to whether or not that's the sole access in order for the staging, the construction work to take place.
So this is Pat Wong. The company does have an access easement with the MBTA with respect to access from New Street along the MBTA tracks and abutting the Weaver's Cove site. So that will be used as access, but for construction access to the tower, there's an access road that the MBTA had constructed from North Main Street over their rail yard, then over the tracks, over to an access easement that National Grid has to get to the tower structures.
So there's no need to use the access that comes from the roadway that we use on New Street. Is that what you're saying, Council?
The primarily, yes. I mean, the heavy equipment will be coming through the South Coast Rail Yard, but there would be access to what we are looking at for construction laydown on your client's property at Weaver's Cove.
Okay, and that would be part of the negotiations with my client.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. With respect to, just go back to the Somerset parcel, I was looking at, and I'm not sure if it's still the active exhibit. Mr. Wong asked if things had changed. I have a temporary and permanent easement, a plan that shows permanent and temporary easements. for Somerset dated 8/15/2023. Are you familiar with that?
I believe that is outdated.
Okay.
On the Somerset side, we are only seeking temporary construction staging.
Okay. So with respect to that staging on the plan that I have, and hopefully that has been updated, there's a temporary staging that's adjacent to the Somerset Power Plant, almost right up to the plant itself. As you know, when the property was purchased by my client, it's with the intention to remove that building, to raise that building. And I'd like to know how that is going to affect your staging, your temporary easement that you're seeking.
So, I mean, when is your client anticipating the raising of that building? We'd coordinate, but I'm not aware of what his timing is.
Okay. Well, why don't we ask what your timing is then? How long do you need that temporary easement next to the building?
What we've asked for is 2 years. So that would commence probably early, well, construction start would be mid-2025, so it would be around that time frame.
Okay, so our intention would be to remove it during that 2-year period. So is there an ability for you to move that temporary easement so that we're able to remove that plant during that time?
I can't answer that question. I mean, I believe that, we picked that spot because of the construction of the structure, the new structure that needs to go in, and the equipment that's necessary in order to install that structure. I'm not sure if Mr. Barron or maybe Jamie Durant might be able to help with that.
Pat, this is Jamie Durant from Power. Yeah, so that temporary staging area is adjacent to one of the proposed river crossing structures, which is about 300 feet tall. And so we need a large, work area to put a large crane to not only set the crane, but also to put the different pole sections and erect that structure. So we walked the site with, we've evaluated this site with transmission line construction at National Grid to, try and minimize our footprint, but because of the size of the structure. And I guess to answer your question, I guess depending on when you're plan on raising the building, I mean, there might be, some flexibility. We're not going to be sitting on that property for 2 years. The project is done in phases. We go in, we prepare the work pad, we install the foundation, then that crew would leave, and then we would come in and erect the structure, and then probably that crew would leave, and then when the other structures are installed, we would mobilize back to string the overhead wires and conductors. So there may be some flexibility to, for us to safely do our work and, safely allow, your client to do their work. But I guess that's something that we'd have to talk about, I guess, just share schedules and also, talk for safety concerns for both your client's work and for the National Grid work. And this is also something that we're hoping to, work out with your client through the negotiations, through hopefully obtaining easements from your client to, talk through these issues, so that both sides, things work out favorably for both sides.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I appreciate that. I appreciate the panel today. I appreciate the representations that are being made. But, when I speak to my client about the negotiations, he said since Elizabeth left, he hasn't had discussions with anyone. As a matter of fact, the most recent person he talked to is taking a leave of absence. So he hasn't been able to get these answers. That's why I'm asking them today. Despite your representation that negotiations are going forward actively.
Chip, just so that I don't want to lodge an objection, but no problem with you asking questions, but you sort of testifying as to facts can't come through counsel in this type of proceeding. You would need a witness to provide your own sense of what has occurred. So if you have questions regarding the status of negotiations, no problem, but you can't be producing facts that would be relied upon by the staff for purposes of this record.
Well, then I would ask then of the panel, when's the last time that anybody in this panel spoke to my client with respect to negotiations?
I'm actually going to step in, Mr. Nyland, as far as negotiations are concerned. I believe those are going to be outside of the scope of what we're dealing with today. If you want to have further discussions regarding negotiations offline, I would encourage you to do so. Unless there's something specific that Mr. Rosenwig would like to discuss or Mr. Kaler would like to discuss on the record, I think that we're getting far afield from the generalized questions at this time. We're also losing one of the panelists that we do need to move on to ask those questions before she has a hard stop this morning. So if you don't have any additional general questions, Mr. Nyland, since I know that you will be here this afternoon and any additional land use questions can be asked during that time frame, we're going to move on to the project alternatives unless I hear any additional input.
No, my apologies. They're not attempting to be dilatory at all. I just want to have that, since I will have that ability to answer those questions, that would be fine, and we can move on to the next section. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we don't lose any of our panelists without getting those questions asked in time. So, Mr. Wong, I'm going to turn it over to you. I know you had project alternative questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Tar. I'm going to try to ask what I think are load questions to start. Good morning again, Ms. Scott. Good morning, Ms. Xie. So I would like to refer the company to the analysis at 3-9, please. And this question is more general. And let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Thank you. So, for my understanding, we often get project alternative analysis that talks about demand response and how they're just not enough to plan a project. I was just, from my understanding, if you could let me know, do you, and this is hypothetical completely, do you ever see active or passive demand response? Would we ever see active or passive demand response at the scale that can provide for that can take the place of hundreds or thousands of megawatts of load?
I think I would like to, yeah, Rain.
I can take it. Yeah, so the company's electric load forecaster does include load adjustment factor from demand response. In other words, demand response is part of the load forecasting process. At the but the scale of the demand response program that the company is running, we are not expecting like hundreds or thousands of megawatt level of reduction from demand response in this area.
I appreciate that, Ms. Xie. If you could indulge me in forward-looking, do you see that ever being possible?
Forward-looking, could you please clarify a little bit about forward-looking towards like 10 years, 5 years? Like how long is the forward-looking we are thinking?
As far as let's say 20 years. to 2050s and 30 years. So let's say if you could imagine in 30 years, would we ever see demand response at that type of magnitude?
Based on the company's forecast, we are not expecting the demand response program that the company is operating reach to that level. Within the 30 years, saying hundreds and thousands of megawatt.
Thank you. And I understand we sort of capped it at 30 years. I guess my question is, in your professional opinion, would it ever get to that type of magnitude, or is it by design never going to do that?
I mean, it depends. Just like the energy efficiency, demand response, all those programs are run based on like a program fund. Depend on like also the state support and direction about the funding towards those programs. There are a lot of uncertainties on what could happen.
Okay.
And load forecasting has its limitation, especially for long-term load forecasting. We're not looking at one single point, especially when we go far out. We are looking at possibilities, what could be the scenario. But based on the scenarios that we are analyzed based on the state most recent clean energy and climate plan target, we are not clearly seeing that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Could I refer the company now to your response to information request D.P.U-PA-6, please? And let me know when you're ready. I'm specifically looking at the figure on the second page of that response.
I'm ready.
Thank you. So, this figure shows two lines, injection amount and peak hour. I just needed a clarification on what I'm looking at. It's a peak hour.
Peak injection.
Peak injection. Okay. So let's see. I'm just gonna scroll back up to the text. Or if you could walk me through with that correction, what I'm looking at with this graph.
Okay, this is the injection amount over a 24-hour period of we'll call it an NTA.
I'm sorry, a what?
NTA.
And
a non-transmission alternative. So it's basically telling you that NTA will have to inject that amount over the 24-hour period, and the peak amount that it would inject is at that 197 megawatt level, which is what that blue line is telling you there. And it's showing it for just 1 hour. And the other hours, as the load goes down, it would require less injection. Does that help?
Yes. So the orange line is the required injection, not the available injection potential.
Correct. It's the required injection.
Thank you. Okay. Can I refer the panel now to D.P.U-PA-7, please?
I'm there.
Thank you. So, I believe the Eversource table is catered to the load pocket. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is their load within the load pocket.
Thank you. So I'm now scrolling down to the national grid table, and this is for the whole zone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if I were to want to apply this to the load pocket, do I simply scale this zone level analysis to based off of the historic load within this load pocket, or is there a different way of applying this higher level of loads to the load pocket?
Yeah, I don't think it's that simple to be able to just scale it down. This was giving you an idea of what the breakdown was for the zone, but the manner in which we do our forecasts for National Grid is we would, based on RAIN's or forecasting's information where they've looked at methodologies for forecasting energy efficiency, solar PV, electric vehicles, electric heat pumps, energy storage, and company-run demand response programs. They've taken that forecast and they've contributed it or adjusted it and taken it over the zone and broken it down into energy share of towns within the zone. And then from these towns, they create power supply area levels, and then they'll do a year-over-year peak load growth based on that, which is generated for the PSA levels. And then we as planners will take those growth rates and apply it to our previous year's actual load data to get the forecasted loads.
Ms. Xie, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think what Melissa said is accurate.
Okay. So, I guess I didn't think I saw this in the record. Is there an off-the-shelf version of this table that I could, point to for this load pocket to say, okay, this is the predicted energy efficiency reductions, solar PV reductions, and so on, or would that require a lot more work on your part?
So, Melissa, may I? Yeah. So, how the load zone gets allocated to load pocket is based on the load pocket's energy share. So every component. So if you look at the table, the net load column showing after the base load for gross load forecast and order load adjustment factor from the 6 component, we reach to the net load that we are expecting. That net load is getting allocated to different power supply area, including that load pocket for river that we are talking about today, based on the energy share of each power supply area. With that being said, theoretically, each component is proportionally allocated to each load pocket based on the same energy share.
And then I think what Ms. Scott said was that you also do some adjustments after that apportioning. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think what Melissa, feel free to chime in, but what I think Melissa said, Ms. Scott said was, once we reach to the power supply area or load pocket level, and then there's a growth rate. That growth rate gets being applied to the last known historical peak at that load pocket and grow into the future. So the growth rate is carried over from our load forecasting process, and the growth rate is being applied in the planning process on the last known peak load to grow out.
Thank you. So, if I could ask, it sounds like you're able to do this pretty easily. If I could ask for a table similar to what you have here for the SEMA zone, and just based off of energy usage for this load pocket, if you could create a similar table for the load pocket, just so I have something to, to compare with the Eversource table and the National Grid table. Is that something you could turn around pretty quickly as a record request?
We can take the energy share for each component, but please note the absolute number value, like megawatt value, is not being directly used as the load forecast. It's the growth rate.
So Mr. Wong, I'll record that as record request DPU 1 for the load pocket table.
Mr. Tar, I was just contemplating if what Ms. Xie is saying, if that would actually be helpful for my purposes or not. Yeah.
So, for example, if for river energy share, it's about 13% of the whole CEMA zone, then 13% is being taken on the net load.
Yep.
And then growth rate, year-over-year growth rate is being calculated on that number. However, that's not exactly that load pocket load. That growth rate, say 1.5%. Don't quote on that exact number. So say 1.5% is an example, 1.5% year-over-year growth rate. That 1.5% is being applied to the last known historical peak load to grow out. So that exact value, megawatt value, if I'm going to provide, will not be the exact load at the Fall River load pocket. It's the growth rate carried from the load forecasting process.
And that would apply for all the megawatt values for the EE reduction, the solar PV reduction, and so on. Those megawatts would just be a representative and not really an actual forecasting number.
That's correct, because it's the net load being allocated. It's not each single component being allocated.
Okay. I think for illustrative purposes, I would just have it on the record. Sorry, Mr. Tar, if you could. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wong, I'll record this as record request DPU 1 for the load pocket table.
Thank you. Again, I'm trying to find load questions.
And for clarity, does everyone understand what is required of the record request regarding the load pocket table and what's being requested as far as from the panel? I want to make sure there's no ambiguity.
So let me try to explain my understanding about the question, Mr. Wang's question. Mr. Wang, you can let me know if the interpretation is correct. So you are looking for the same table as showing National Grid CEMA zone, and each component being presented at the Fall River load pocket level. And you are aware of the exact megawatt number being presented may not be the load at that pocket, but the growth rate will be carried.
Yes, that's what I'm looking for. And I think you will, but if you could just put that disclaimer also in your response, that would be super helpful in case I forget.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, would that also be needed to be done for the Rhode Island zone? We have two tables there.
The Rhode Island zone is a zone itself. There's no further breakdown for Rhode Island.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand, Ms. Scott, why you brought that up. I do recognize that this project would, could benefit, that load zone as well. But I was looking for like the local, based off of the need described for this project. well, sorry. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification, Ms. Xie.
Yeah, I guess, just to be clear here, the Fall River, the load within the load pocket is part of Fall River and part of Rhode Island zone.
So I guess the most helpful way to do this is if you could have the Fall River values and add the Rhode Island values to that in the same table. Just so it's the complete load pocket.
Let me ask a clarification question. What are we looking for the Rhode Island? Because the Rhode Island table is being provided in our response to D.P.U. -PA-7 already, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is there anything else in addition to that table we are looking for Rhode Island?
I might have misunderstood, but I thought I heard Ms. Scott say that the load pocket for the project includes the Fall River part of the SEMA zone table, as well as the Rhode Island zone. So I was wondering if the entire load pocket zone is the sum of the Fall River part plus Rhode Island. But if not, then just disregard that.
Yeah, it's actually a part of the Fall River is in there. So like a percentage, like Rain was saying that Fall River is 13% of SEMA, but what's in that load pocket might be 10% of the Fall River PSA. And then what's in the load pocket in Rhode Island might be 10% of what's the whole Rhode Island zone. So it's a piece of each. So if you added those two together, it would be much larger than the load pocket.
If we were to just use the apportioned Fall River load pocket based off of the SEMA Rhode Island zone, the SEMA zone, would that be a pretty good approximation of the Fall River load pocket? Because it's a much larger zone within the SEMA zone.
It's more than what's in the load pocket though, if that makes sense. There's one substation within Fall River that is actually within the load pocket of the study.
Okay. This is getting a little confusing. No, that's okay. I appreciate the clarification. So I guess Ms. Xie, are you able to provide the Fall River portion of the both tables?
Rhode Island is only being done at a Rhode Island level, and for SEMA zone, there are also further power supply areas. One of them is Fall River. That's the closest, most granular level.
Okay, so I think we'll just keep the original requests, and if you could add these additional explanations into your response, that would be helpful.
When you say additional explanation,
so
sorry for.
So I'm just asking for what you clarified to me just now, what the Rhode Island table represents and how that is not able to be apportioned because that's the only granular, that's the most granular version of that, and then just explain why this is different for the SEMA table.
Okay, yeah, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So I wanted a clarification on the company's response to information request D.P.U. PA 8.
Guys, start it again, Wayne.
Yeah. I was looking for clarification on the company's response to the information request DPU-PA-8.
Yes, I'm there.
So I'm looking at your response at part F. I wanted to clarify whether that response, when you say the above information is based off of modular technology, if that was referring to the modular battery units or something else.
So
And when I
those
say
were,
modular, yeah, sorry, go
yeah.
ahead.
I can only tell you that we haven't done, we've only done a high level look at this, and we based our analysis on National Renewable Energy Laboratory information for utility scale battery energy storage systems.
So just to confirm, what I'm hearing is that this is utility scale and you were not considering a sort of hypothetical distributed battery system proposal.
I am actually, I'm unsure. I don't believe we did that, no.
Okay. So if you're able to your understanding, generally speaking, would a distributed version of battery system, sort of, when I say distributed, I mean like different buildings having their own battery systems and it being connected through aggregator. Would you expect that to be more or less expensive than a utility scale solution?
I would expect it to be more expensive.
And if you could explain further why that would be the case for the record?
I would think it would take up more property.
Okay, so that sounds like you're, okay. Would this also be the case for, are you familiar with something that the Vermont utility did with providing battery packs to its customers?
I am not.
Okay. Would you be able to, as a record request, sort of, and I appreciate your willingness to describe what the hypothetical idea of the cost difference between a distributed version of a battery system versus a utility scale. If you were able to provide more color to that response in the record request, sort of to give me more of an idea of the difference between a distributed solution versus a utility scale solution, would you be able to do that?
Yeah, so just to clarify, so what we did provide was based on modular units and not a distributed battery system proposal.
Yeah.
And subject to check, which I think was what you're asking for, the cost for the distributed battery system would be considerably higher.
Mm-hmm.
And is this what you're asking for?
Yes. And to be clear, the distributed solution I'm looking for isn't necessarily, a one utility scale battery divided into different properties. I'm thinking about a solution where individual households might host a battery, and that they might provide that they might, store energy and provide it back to the grid when called upon. And I imagine that that is more expensive, but I just wanted that on the record, so I have something to refer to.
I can certainly take that and try to look into that.
Thank you.
All right, that'll be recorded as record request D.P.U. 2 for further explanation on the distributed battery system versus the utility scale.
Thank you, Mr. Tar. Okay, on a similar note, I'd like to ask about rooftop solar. Just for my understanding, and I think the NTA analysis sort of alludes to this, but just want to confirm that in order for rooftop solar to be effective for addressing problems within a load pocket, would that rooftop solar have to be located within the load pocket or close to the injection point?
Yes, it would.
Okay. So generally, rooftop solar increasing in the grid does not necessarily mean that it'll help to alleviate conditions within particular load pockets.
Correct. I think the issue with rooftop is the availability based on the sun and needing it when it happens, and the fact that this particular NTA is required over 18 hours. It likely would not cover the full 18 hours with solar alone.
Thank you. So I'd like to refer the company now to your information request response, D.P.U-PA-10.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So it might just be me not completely reading this right, but could you really quickly just walk me through this response? I see a number of indentations, and I was thrown off by that. If you could just walk me through basically this response so I can understand better.
Absolutely. We were trying to provide information to you on what we have in our transmission planning technical guide, or for ISO New England's transmission planning technical guide, which gives some guidance on how much offshore wind to model in our needs assessments and solution studies. So the first indentation is giving you what was provided in the transmission planning technical guide in the June 15th, 2020 version. And in that version, it does tell you to model offshore wind at 20% of nameplate for transmission needs assessments and solution studies. But then going on to the next section, the transmission planning technical guide was updated. And in the September 12th, 2023 version, they actually provide more information based on historical wind data obtained from DNV Energy USA. And in their analysis of the historical wind data obtained from DNV, it showed that the wind capacity can vary greatly. And this creates a need to study a wider range of output from the wind. And so they suggest average low wind output around and a high average high wind output to be studied both in needs assessments. They have different scenarios for summer evening peak, as well as the nighttime, midday, winter evening peaks. They give quite a range of different outputs. And that's because of the data that they received or that they analyzed from DNV, which shows that it varies greatly. And to the question that you asked, that during a peak summer day, it could be anywhere from 0% to 100% offshore wind output for any hour of the day.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I understand now. My general question was just that if table 2-7 was what you were considering, it sounds like that's what it was.
Yes.
Thank you.
One question, the acronym DN as in Nancy?
Yes, correct.
DN.
V.
B as in Victor.
V. Yeah.
Good.
I don't have the full name for that, David.
It's okay. She said it a number of times.
Thank you. Okay. So bring it back to the consideration of alternatives. I was wondering, and this is so I understand on the record, if the company were to propose an alternative to any solution proposed in an ISO New England solution study, would ISO New England take that into consideration, or is the fact that, you know, this working group that you're part of comes up with a solution mean that there really isn't room for other alternatives?
In a needs assessment, and in the case where it's an immediate need, and we're allowed to do a solution study per the ISO New England process, and they bring together a solution study group. There are other alternatives that are considered, but ultimately ISO New England is the one who decides what is the preferred solution.
So even if the company were to, after being told as a transmission owner that this is the solution that ISO New England recommends, is there room for the transmission owner to say, hey, there might be another solution that could do something like that?
That would be during the solution study group phase. Yes.
Okay. So my question is, in the company's analysis at page 3-3 onwards, you provide, you know, transmission alternatives comparison. My question is, was the comparison provided in the analysis the same one that ISO New England in that working group carried out, or is this a separate after the fact comparison?
So the description of the undersea cable alternative is the same one that was used by ISO New England.
Okay, thank you. So referring now to the company's analysis at 3-5, and that is exhibit NG-1. Give me 1 second. And let me know when you're ready.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I had a question about the hybrid solution. And just to be clear, the hybrid solution is not the project. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So my question was, this hybrid solution seems like it has a lot more components. Could you explain to me what would be attractive about this solution?
It is less preferred than the project that we're bringing forward.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess my question was, why would it have been proposed as something to consider in the first place? It seems a lot quite involved.
It's because we were looking for something that would satisfy the needs. And in order to do something that, instead of removing the contingency of the DCT, we looked at upgrading the overloads and taking care of the voltage issues that the DCT creates. So this is just another approach to handling the need.
Is there any advantage over reconductoring over having new towers? New lines, sorry.
In this case, there's a number of lines and there would be a larger environmental impact, as well as the reconductoring alone is not enough. You would have to install the synchronous condensers to handle the voltage issues as well.
Thank you. And again, for the record, since you brought up synchronous condensers, could you explain for the record the function of a synchronous condenser for this type of solution?
Yes, a synchronous condenser is a dynamic solution that provides the VAR support, which supports the voltage in the area. It dynamically would respond to the contingency. The fact that it's dynamic, it has moving parts, which would need to be maintained and could break down, as opposed to an overhead line, which is static and less likely to have a need for maintenance and possible breakdown.
Thank you. So
just to clarify, because I'm hearing the article, is it a space synchronous or asynchronous?
Oh, a space synchronous. Thank you.
Thank you. Just so I am super concrete on this, when you say the moving parts for this, are you saying, is it something like a switch where it'll sort of provide load to places that need it when it's needed, or is it more complicated than that?
It's more like a machine, a rotating machine. That's the moving part. Like a generator has a rotating.
Oh.
Yeah. Torque and
okay.
Physical components that are rotating.
And is that to, and again, excuse me if this is really elementary, but is that sort of to give the sort of alternating frequency required for the system?
The AC. Yeah, and to be dynamic. Yes.
Okay. Moving on. At the company's analysis at page 3-10, you describe a queue position 1118. And I understand, that sometimes there's a need to not give too much information about these queue positions. Is that the case as in this case where you can't really say too much besides give the queue position number?
That is true. I can give you the queue position number and I can give you the location because that is public.
Okay, but you can't give me, would you be able to speak to whether its anticipated service dates are still accurate?
Yes, that would also be public.
Okay. Off the top of your head, do you know if the anticipated service date is still accurate?
I would actually have to see what we said here. Oh, we said 2027 and 2026. I would have to actually check on that. But it looks correct, but I'd have to double check.
Okay, just just to be super clear for when we're drafting this, I guess we can put that as a record request, Mr. Tar?
Yes, we can document that as record request number 3.
Thank you.
And that was just for QP 1118.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I have a couple more questions. So on this same page at 3-10, you also talk about a solution of conventional generation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so in some responses in previous proceedings, I think the company the companies, the utility companies have stated that in order for it to be able to effectively use any non-wires alternatives, it would have to be able to dispatch those types of resources. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So would that also be the case for conventional generation?
Yes, that would also be the case. It would most likely be the ISO New England would be in control of that.
And just to confirm, that's because utilities cannot own generation in this current system. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So my question was, maybe the answer is the same. For a utility scale solar or battery resource, the company would not necessarily have to own those resources either, right? That's also perhaps dispatched based off ISO New England systems.
At a utility scale, that's correct. But like, as
Okay.
you stated, we would want these to be committed to be able to handle the if the contingency were to occur. So a battery would need to be fully charged in preparation for the
Thank you.
contingency.
Thank you. Yeah, the reason I asked that is just so when to completely understand what utility companies are saying when they say we have to be able to dispatch. It doesn't mean that you have to own it necessarily. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so going back a couple pages to the analysis at 3-2, and let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. So the company talks about and correct me if I'm wrong, a separate reconductoring project for N12 and M13.
A separate and reconductor, is that
Sorry.
the bullet? Are you looking at the bullet? So it says separate and reconductor.
So I believe that is this project, right? Separate and reconductor.
Yes, yes, it is.
And then
For
there's a
Yep.
second part to that says and reconductor and 12 between Sykes. Oh, sorry,
That's right.
that is this project.
The first part of that bullet, which is the separate and reconductor, the N12 and M13 lines between Pottersville switching station and Sykes Road substation, is this project.
Yep. And that second part of that sentence, just so I'm clear, that is part of another project in front of us. Is that correct?
I'd have to ask Mr. Barron as far as whether or not it's in front of you, but it is a separate project on a different timeline.
Yes,
Mr. Barron?
Mr. Wong, the reconductoring of the N12 and M13 lines between Sykes Road substation and Bell Rock substation is not before the department or the siting board. The department typically does not take jurisdiction over reconductorings.
Appreciate that. My question had to do with timelines that Ms. Scott brought up. I wanted to know what that timeline looks like and how it relates to this project.
The two pieces, if you will, from Pottersville to Sykes, Pottersville switching station to Sykes Road substation, and the portion of the transmission lines from Sykes Road substation to Bell Rock substation would be done essentially concurrently in the same time frame in terms of their construction.
Okay, last question I have, if I could refer the company, thank you, Mr. Barron. If I could refer the company to information request DPU-PA-9. And
Yep, I'm there.
thank you. So it looks like there's been some changes in the interconnection queue position, the projects in the interconnection queue. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so I'm just going to read this a little further. So in the last sentence, it states, it is most likely that QP 909 will require further reconductoring of M13N and N12 lines. My question is, that's not part of this project, is that correct? That's
That
a
is
potential,
correct.
that's a potential future project.
Correct.
Okay. If you could, hypothetically speaking, what would that look like? Would that be upping, for example, upping voltage, or having conductors that have more capacity? What would that look like?
I believe right now it's looking at conductors with higher capacity.
And understanding this is not the project in front of us, but what could the company potentially just do that for this project instead of having to do that again in the future?
Well, that is not complete, that study. Let's be not clear that it actually would go forward. So this right now, the scope of the study is to have it as we have it right now, based on our policy to build for what we know.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification. That's all I have for project alternatives. I might have some follow-up later, but I don't think, Ms. Xie, you need to worry about that. I don't, probably it'll be okay if Ms. Scott is here.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions on project alternatives? Even Mr. Nyland, if you have any questions as well.
I had a quick question for clarification. On that last sentence, it says the M13N and N12 lines. Is M13N a specific denomination for a segment of the M13 line, or is that a typo with an additional N?
M13N is the redesignation of the M13 section of the line that goes into Bell Rock now. Now that it ties into Bell Rock, they had to rename it M13N, and then the continuing line down to Rhode Island is M13.
Thank you for the clarification.
Absolutely.
It doesn't seem like anyone on the bench has more questions. I wanted to thank the panel this morning for answering my questions. Sorry, Mr. Tar.
Not at all, Mr. Wong. So I want to make sure and confirm, Mr. Nyland, do you have any cross-examination questions regarding project alternatives that you'd like to discuss? Seeing and hearing no response from Mr. Nyland, I'm going to proceed forward under the assumption that he doesn't have any additional questions regarding need or project alternatives for this panel. At this time, because we've reached would there be any redirect examination that the company would like to conduct regarding project alternatives?
I don't believe so.
Okay, at this time then, because we've reached what I would consider a logical conclusion, I think we're going to break for lunch. We'll break for 1 hour, so we'll return at, we'll give a little bit of extra time. 1:45 will be the return time. And we'll get into hopefully the remaining questions and remaining sections. Thank you to the panel. Again, as Mr. Wong indicated, I do think that Ms. G would be fine to be dismissed from the panel at this time. I don't think there's any additional follow-up that Ms. Scott wouldn't be able to entertain if we get back into those subjects. So at this time, we're going to go off the record and return at 1:45. And I'll see you guys back here at that time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We'll begin as soon as we have David back with us. Let me know when you're ready, David.
Okay.
I'm not seeing Mr. Durand. Is Mr. Durand out there?
Oh, he's the one that was nervous about getting off, getting back on.
Let's see.
While we're waiting, can I just, an acronym that came up, is it the acronym D as in David, SMP, or ESMP?
ESMP.
Thank you.
Yeah, in case you want to know, it's electric system modification plan, I think.
Oh, of course I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay.
I think it's the electric sector.
Sector.
modification.
Yeah. All right.
Electric sector modification plan.
Melissa, is it modification or modernization?
Modernization.
Modernization.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who has to look.
I wasn't
my
sure what
brain
you
cells
had
around
said,
these.
Yep.
All right, it looks like we have everybody back. I'm gonna begin then. So are we ready, David?
Yes.
Okay. So we're gonna go back on the record in D.P.U. 2295, continuing with the evidentiary hearing that was begun this morning, February the 6th. I'm gonna turn it over to my colleague, and I think Smitha Divakar, I believe that she has questions regarding land. We're gonna start with questions regarding land use. Before we begin, are there any additional procedural matters that need to be taken care of, or any other matters that need to be raised or called to my attention? Seeing no response, we're going to proceed forward. I'll turn it over to Ms. Divakar.
Thank you, Mr. Tar. Can everybody hear me okay? Good afternoon. As with the previous segment, my questions are directed to the entire panel, and whoever wishes to chime in from the company side, please feel free to do so. To give you an outline, I'd start with questions on land use. I'll move on to some questions I have on wetlands, and then I have a few questions on safety, and I will round it up with a few questions on EJ. To begin with, let's get to exhibit DPU-CO-6. Now, In this exhibit, in part C of the company's response, there is a mention of a permanent access road to structure M13N-6. My question is, please explain the company's choice of installing permeable grids to maintain stability of the coastal bank.
Hi, Ms. Devakar, this is Jamie Durand from Power Engineers. So yeah, so you said structure 6, so that's the Y-frame structure located on the Fall River side of the Taunton River. National Grid has an existing easement that basically goes from approximately where the railroad tracks are and travels westerly towards the existing steel lattice tower that's near the river. And there's also I think it might be an old distribution line that goes through there. So when we build the new structure, we obviously need to maintain access to the existing structure, and the new road needs to be wide enough, level enough to get in. I think I mentioned earlier this morning, because it's 300 feet tall, we're bringing in a large crane that'll come in multiple deliveries. We're bringing in the pole sections, and we'll have multiple concrete trucks. So to answer your question, because this area of the access road is within land subject to coastal storm flowage, which is regulated under the Wetlands Protection Act, it's also synonymous in this area with the floodplain. So we understand, based on the flood insurance rate map information, and also based on the REMAT tool that MEPA and Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act and Energy and Environmental Affairs folks have. This area is forecasted to see higher sea level rise and storm surge. So most of the time, our roads are typically we'll grade them level. Typically remove if there's topsoil or organics. Put gravel, compact it, and then layer it with some type of size stone, depending on what the conditions are. So in this case, since we want to maintain access to the structure for future inspections and operation and maintenance, because the area is theoretically prone to sea level rise and maybe more storm surges in the future, we thought that the use of like a geogrid would hold the stone in place at the surface of the road and would maintain the footprint of the road. We thought that would be a good engineering measure for mitigating, potential storm surge and sea level rise. If those things happen, will there be maybe some corrective actions needed in the future, some maintenance on the road? There may be, but that was our reasoning for doing so.
If I may ask, has such, if I may call such practices, have you, employed such practices in any of your other projects? I just want to know how well they perform under flood conditions.
Yes, so I'll answer the question if anyone else wants to add. So yes, these have been used in other projects. The one that comes to mind is I know we had used something on one of the National Grid transmission lines in Rhode Island, where we were in a floodplain system to the river. This is one of a series of what we call road types that National Grid has within their environmental guidance document, which gives the contractors kind of a selection of what types of road types could be built, gives them the specifications. So for this area, floodplains, I know off the top of my head of at least one instance, where we've used the GeoGrid, and it has been successful up to date. Sometimes too, if you don't need to get to the structure for some time, you still may get some growth, through the, plants can grow through almost any. So sometimes the plant growth also, kind of holds the soil in place as well.
Does anyone else have to add? So, moving on.
Oh, I was just going to add, we are using it. It's not in floodplain, but we are using it in an area where there is saturated soils to just help stabilize as we're doing construction. That's in a project in Somerset, Mass.
Permanent saturated soil conditions.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Moving on, I'd like to share screen. This is.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the words.
I'd like to share screen. So this is exhibit DPU-LU-10 parents 1. So I guess my question is around this area here, if you can see the cursor move. So there is this access road that moves, starts from the main street and goes around the tower locations 8. And on the other side, it does move along the MBTA ROW. My question is, if you could just discuss the alignment of this particular access road that the company has proposed. I'm specifically looking for the kind of setbacks you have from the different structures around here, the towers, the proposed, and from the MBTA, ROW, etc.
Okay, this is Jamie Durand again from Power, and I guess while I'm answering, maybe I'd ask our team if I know we had provided a spec. I might have it. Yeah. So first off, Ms. Devakar, so the general landscape of this area is, if you look at North Main Street there, those are residential houses. I think there's a combination of single and multifamily houses. And you can see their yards. A lot of the yards have expanded, cutting the grass, that type of thing, into the right of way. And then the grade generally slopes down a pretty good grade to the rail. So obviously we need access. Where we're showing access off of North Main Street between structures 8 and 9, that property on the west side of North Main Street is actually owned by New England Power. I think that whole sliver there is owned by New England Power. So we do have the rights to build a road. I guess one thing I'd like to share that would maybe help, if I could share my screen, if that would be okay. See if I can do that without bear with me for 1 second. I'm sorry, that's not the right one. Well, I guess I could call your attention to attachment D.P.U. CM-2 paren 1. And let me know when you get there.
Yeah, just give me a minute.
Yeah, no problem. And I'm going to see if I can find it.
CM2 parents 1, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, I'm not, but I I'm not able to share at the moment. So you can see, as we enter off of North Main Street, we are, obviously this road is going to stay within the New England Power right of way.
Mr. Durand,
Yes.
you're not sharing the figure. You're sharing your home screen.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let me cut that off. Yeah, I'm still having trouble finding.
I could share it if that helps.
Okay, yeah, that'll be helpful. Thank you.
If you could stop sharing, then I could maybe share screen. Thank you. This one, right?
Nope. There might be a second page. It's page two of 1.
This one here?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So on the right-hand side, you can see where the access comes off of North Main Street.
Mm-hmm.
If you look there, we show a work pad, but within that work pad, there's another square. That square indicates a fence that's around the existing steel lattice tower.
Right.
So what we're proposing to do is grade and build the road to the right, to the western side of that structure. And so to the if you look to the north, to the west side, obviously you'll see the train. They elevated those tracks about 5 feet. And on the eastern side, closest to the New England Power right of way, they have a steel vertical sheething retaining wall that is now a permanent feature. And I believe that permanent feature is located right along the edge of the railroad right of way and the New England Power right of way. And what we're proposing at this point, and these plans are preliminary, but these are plans that we've shared with the MBTA, is we may need to install a retaining wall along the western side of our access road, because, as I said, up near the yards, it's elevated, and then it gradually slopes down to the tracks. Okay. And so we will be offset from the railroad. We'll likely need to put in some cross culverts, because obviously you get some drainage coming off the roads that would go under our access road. And then the water currently, it flows kind of like 2 directions, like in this general area that like where the work pad is for the corner structure.
This one here? Yeah.
Yes, the water generally drains to the north, and then the rest of the side drains to the south. So what we'll likely be doing is, when we build that or portions of that retaining wall, installing some swales so that we can maintain the drainage where it currently goes. And I mean, obviously, I don't know how deep those sheet pile walls go. I'm sure they probably go at least 30, 40 feet deep, but we don't want to do anything to undermine the rail. So this is the preliminary plan that we shared with them, and as our final plans come together, we'll be sharing that with the MBTA.
Okay. Mr. Durand, I have a couple of clarifying questions. So are these dotted lines the sheet pile here? Do you see what I'm?
Yeah, I'm just looking at a hard copy I have, just to see if I can get a little better.
Yeah.
The question was,
are these the sheet piles that I'm looking at here?
And you're saying sheet, S-H-E-E-T?
Yeah, S-H-E-E-T, sheet.
And the next word?
Pile, P-I-L-E.
Piles. Thank you.
Sure.
I think to better answer your question, maybe because it's not depicted. I don't see a legend on this site plan, and I don't want to give you the wrong information. I'm bearing towards yes, but I also know that may represent the property line. So if I could, just maybe double check another engineering plan I have, and I could maybe get back to you after the next break.
Sure. So, Mr. Durand, let me just ask you what I'm looking for. So maybe it can all be answered at that point when you get back.
Okay.
So I understand that this is the work pad for the proposed?
That
I
would
know
be,
that.
yep, go ahead.
So I know that you showed two locations, right? There are two monopoles, right? At this point at location 8.
Mhm.
So I'm just wondering, what does this work pad, hold both of them? Both of them stand on the same work pad? I mean, where with regard to this work pad do we look? Are the monopoles? That's one of my questions. The other is, I know that in one of your submittals, you did mention that the access road widths would typically be 12 feet to 14 feet. So this next question would be, when such sharp turns are made around these stars, would it be done in a way not to compromise, the safety of the rail tracks and the continuous operations on the rail tracks? Because I know, as you mentioned earlier, there are some heavy and big equipment that need to be moved along these access roads. So this is the kind of information I'm looking for. But as you said, we could discuss this when you get back on the drawings.
Okay, I'll be happy to answer those questions after I look at another set.
Yeah. Thank you. Moving on, if you could refer to the discussion of easement rights for access roads, which is in submittals DPU-CO-6 and DPU-LU-10. You don't have to get in there. I know that we had some discussion in these lines this morning. My question is, I just want to know which of these easements is temporary easement and which of the easements are permanent easements. My particular interest is in the easement from the MBTA and the industrial owner landowner side that we touched upon this morning.
Okay, Jamie again, I will address your question. If I could share my screen, if I can make that happen. So we had submitted this figure, and maybe someone can just double check of where we, which number it was. This is showing the fall side.
Sorry,
I remember.
Excuse me, stop. Sometimes your internet feed gets a little, so I can't understand. Start that part again.
Okay, so this figure shows the Fall River side of the Taunton River. And for the MBTA, on this area here on the right-hand side of where we're showing structures 6, this is the South Coast Rail, the rail yard that's now under construction.
Mm-hmm.
And I can share another plan in a minute. What they have done is, this is North Main Street. On the northern part of their property, they've created, I'll call it a perimeter road that comes along the north side of their property and comes down the western side. And then they've built this driveway or this roadway, and they've actually constructed a temporary, they're calling it a temporary crossing of the tracks. And this has been built within their railroad easement. And so that's there in place, for New England Power to use that as access. We have, and maybe Pat can, make sure use the right terminologies. We have rights to use this access road from the MBTA. Obviously, when we cross the tracks, that'll all have to be, we'll have to schedule it. We'll have to have a flagger. We'll have to make sure we're not following the tracks, making sure they know what equipment we have. So that's one of the I guess rights or easements we have from the MBTA.
Okay.
The other we have is where, as an alternative access that we like to use, is if you can see down to the bottom of the figure. This is North Main Street and the New Street, and what we probably in some of the text we've called the New Street Bridge. So if you cross over the New Street Bridge, this section of New Street is still a public way. And then the MBTA has right of way that goes obviously along their tracks. And if you can see a bit of a gravel dirt access road. That's located within the MBTA easement. So we have rights from the MBTA to use their easement to get to this location here. And at that point, there's a gate, and we would have access to continue along their easement to get to this section of our access road. And you can see that. So that would be the rights from the MBTA. And then the other rights I would just mention, if you go further to the north, we obviously, the existing lines cross the railroad, and the proposed line will cross the railroad. So that's something we're also discussing with the MBTA. And I think I'll just stop there for 1 second and see if Pat Wong has anything else to add. And then I can talk about the other private landowner.
Yes. So Jamie, if you could scroll back down to where New Street is. So from New Street, where it ends as a public way, we have an existing easement for access from the MBTA, which is along within their right of way. So it's not really an easement, as Jamie stated. The MBTA owns that property, and we have an access easement over that along their tracks to get up to where the 20-foot, Jamie, if you could scroll up just a little bit more. There's that 20-foot access road, which we are going to be improving or building out. That we also, New England Power also has an existing easement for access to get to the structures. Just to clarify as well, I mean, where the current structure is, that's New England Power property that we own in fee.
That we own
in fee, F-E-E. Okay.
So, Ms. Wong, just following up on what you just said. So this access road that is from the MBTA ROW, this access road.
Yes, I just don't have who's speaking, so I guess it's because you're on. That's okay. Now I recognize your voice. Please continue.
Sorry about that. So now this access road from the MBTA ROW that you mentioned will connect to the, structure, the work pad. That is again MBTA easement, or that's?
It's MBTA easement.
Okay. Thank you.
Then I think you had a question about the individual landowner. So
yes, the industry.
So if you look at where structure 6 is, I'm going to go to an insert. So there's an inset map here. And so this, you see structure 6, this white line where structure 6 intersects is a property line. So north of that is New England Power, National Grid. To the south of this line is the private landowner, Mr. Tebow. And I think because of we talked earlier about, the limitations of where the structure is positioned, part of the structure is on his property. So one of the requests is for permanent easement for like half of the structure and half of the concrete foundation that, lies on the property line. National Grid currently has that 20-foot easement, which is on Mr. Tebow's property, but we need to improve that 20-foot easement for access, for the types of equipment, sizes of the equipment, but that is an existing easement. What you see in gray on his property is additionally, we're asking for permanent easement. We want to maintain a work pad for that structure for operation, for maintenance. If we needed to get back to that structure, we would have a work pad. In order to build this road, there obviously has to be some grading done to build the road, and we have to consider, some stormwater features and swales. So these contours are proposed contours. So those are proposed grades. So that's proposed permanent easement. And then in blue, what we're showing is during construction, we may want to, store some materials. We may have to put additional construction best management practices, erosion controls, those types of things. So we wanted to make sure that we had sufficient room for temporary construction easement. And then I'm going to come out of the inset and get back onto, so we were talking about this area, which is on the northern part of Mr. Tebow's property. If you come south, he owns this entire property that used to be the old Shell oil terminal. What we've shown in these orange hatch areas is we like to use that for temporary storage because there's so much material here that we're going to need. This area is previously disturbed. It's nice and level and flat. I mean, there is some vegetation in here, but it's an industrial site where we'd like to be able to use that as a lay down area. Put conductors down, poles, just equipment as we could. Initially, I'll just make one other point. Initially, we were asking for, looking for a good majority of this property to the south, and we met with Mr. Tebow in the field, and I think at least one or two of his representatives. And I obviously don't want to speak for him, but the discussion was, could we reduce the size of it? Could we push it to the north? And so this footprint here shows kind of a result of that meeting.
Okay.
So
And
just to clarify, this is Pat Wong. What we're looking at on the screen right now is attachment to DPU-CM-18(2).
Thank you, Pat.
And if I may, what is the current status of the of your discussions with Mr. Tebow regarding the easements?
So I've been dealing with his a real estate attorney, Scott Fenton, Fenton, from Holland and Knight. He and I have had numerous conversations, exchanged emails. We've exchanged red lines of the proposed documents that would cover both the permanent easement as well as the temporary laydown construction areas. So we're still, in discussions over that. One of the items, that we're trying to figure out is how much area do we actually need? And we've gone through several renditions of that sketch plan for the Fall River as well as on the Somerset side to address some of his concerns, like Jamie just mentioned, to reduce the area that's needed to really what is, minimally required for us in order to construct this project. So, we're still working on that. The other issue is with respect to the consideration to be paid. We've made several offers, in terms of the consideration for the permanent easement, as well as the consideration to be paid for the temporary laydown areas. So those are, still being negotiated. And, in reference to the active negotiations that we have, it is, we are actively negotiating the property rights here.
Okay. If I may ask, do you have easements that you are looking for from Mr. Tebow on the Somerset side of the river?
On the Somerset side, we are looking for that temporary construction laydown and staging area for construction. So there won't be any permanent easements that we're looking for on that side. That was sort of part of one of the original discussions that we had with him. And, after, making some adjustments with respect to what we need, we eliminated the need for additional permanent easement rights on the Somerset side.
Thank you. I'll move on to
Excuse me, Mr.
wetlands.
Picard. Mr. Durand, you're still sharing your screen, Mr. Durand.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I just wanted to show, did you see the Somerset plan here?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this orange area is the temporary construction easement that we're looking for from on the Somerset side of the river. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
No, thanks for sharing this. Could you refer me to the submittal number? Any references for that drawing?
I think that is, let me just, for D.P.U. LU 0101. Actually, no, you're right. I apologize. No, that actually does not show it. That shows the access roads. I don't believe that we actually have an attachment, but we can submit that.
Yeah. I have a feeling, was it part of your ENF submissions? Anyway, if you could just get back to me with regard to what that where that figure comes from, or we could take that as a record request, whatever works.
Well, I mean, I think probably a record request because we have not submitted that as part of this proceeding, so we can provide that. But that has been provided to Mr. Thibault as well as his real estate attorney.
I'll record that as record request DPU number 4 for the Somerset side easements.
Thank you, Mr. Tar. Moving on, I have questions on, I have a question on wetland and water resources. Before I move on, if there is anything specific to these issues that anyone among my colleagues has, please chime in. So moving on, this is with regard to the SEIR certificate that the company obtained. Now, at page 3 of that certificate, it is acknowledged that the Taunton River is classified as an impaired water body, as well as a wild and scenic river. My question is, if you could speak to the nature of the impairment.
Hi, can you hear me okay? I thought I lost you for a minute.
Yes.
Okay, this is Jamie Durand again from Power. So the waters, the fresh waters that come into the river are considered Class B waters under the DEP, Mass DEP water quality certification guidelines. The coastal waters are SB. Now the impairment, my understanding, is from the past industrial uses and discharges into the Taunton River. For instance, Fall River is working on a combined sewer outfall improvement program where both, historically sewer and water have both been in one system and discharged into the river. And I think they have funds from the EPA to do perform separation of the sewer. Other examples, I think has been mentioned, there's previously the power plant on one side and a Shell terminal. I think there was, some contribution of, some industrial discharge. And there's been a number of, obviously it's an urban waterfront up and down the Somerset side and the Fall River side. So I wouldn't say that those are the only contributors to the impairment. I think because of its industrial nature in the past. It's not only water. I know there's also some sediment contamination within certain reaches of the Taunton River as well.
Okay, So now, given these classifications, Class B waters, or being classified as wild and scenic river, in terms of the requirements on the company during the construction phase, what does it have to comply with? And if you could refer me to standards or regulations.
Yeah, so I guess for the standards, there's is it 314 CMR 314 CMR 4, I think is the water quality standards, and 314 CMR 9 for the water quality certification. So for the wild and scenic river, I don't know if you recall, but on this industrial piece of property that we're talking about, where the former Shell Oil property used to be, Hess Oil had a LNG facility proposed at that property, and there's a lot of opposition to that project, including not only members in Massachusetts but representatives in Rhode Island. And so I believe the U.S. Senate came in and designated at least part of that, the Taunton River, as wild and scenic, as a tool to stop that project. And obviously that designation is held because the Taunton River does have, particularly further north, a lot of resources that deserve protection. But for the Taunton River itself, we're crossing over the Taunton River aerially with the conductors, and we don't have any actual work or fill within the waters of the Taunton River. But obviously in our application, we do show that we're working in various inland and coastal wetland resource areas. So what we need to do, we need to maintain the same water quality, the Class B and the Class SB standards that are in the regulations. So we can't have any direct discharges, like for instance, when we do construction and we have to do dewatering, we can't just dewater into a wetland. We can't just dewater directly into the river. We need to put it through, some type of treatment, frac tanks, weir tanks, hay bale corrals, some dewatering device that'll make sure we're not pumping sediment-laden water into the river. Obviously, if during construction we encounter or observe anything that may be possibly, a sign of contaminated soil, we would stop that particular activity and investigate it to make sure we're not, contributing to either degrading water quality or moving, contaminated soil elsewhere. And then for for other wetland areas, using construction best management practices, using swamp matting for being in wetlands, not building permanent roads and access roads. So those, we just have to make sure that we're not degrading the standard that is spelled out in the regulations.
Right. So I understand that the regulations require to maintain the water quality and keep the water quality compliant to the classifications. But do they also, recommend best management practices? I know you mentioned a few. Just curious whether those were some things recommended for such kind of water quality protection, such kind of areas.
Well, I guess, in my interpretation of the regs, there's for water quality, there's like two. One for if you're going to have like an industrial discharge, if we're going to build some type of power plant and have a discharge. So there's certain requirements. And then there's more related to ours where we're having, construction related impacts. Mm-hmm. So they tell you what the water quality criteria is and why it's important. And they say to use measures. I can't say that I'm aware of particular measures that they give, but because we know we're going to have to comply with the water quality standards, we need to get a 401 water quality certificate. And we also need to obtain a NPDES permit, based on those criteria and based on the work we've done in the past. We have, I guess I'll call it, a toolbox of best management practices that we use depending on site conditions, storm conditions, type of activity that's going to occur, duration of activity. And that's how we employ the different BMPs or best management practices for the project.
And a lot of those best management practices are outlined in D.P.U. W-2.
Thank you. Now, from what you say, I understand that whether it be construction, phase operations on the site, or whether it be, the stormwater discharge, these are the same, regulations that will hold, and the choice of best management practices or practices would try to mitigate impacts on any kind of, irrespective of the source of the water, right? I mean, it will mitigate, impacts from stormwater flows. It'll also mitigate impacts from any kind of, say, dewatering activity or any kind of activity associated with construction, right? It'll be the same.
Yeah, that's correct. I'll just two clarifications. We do need to, comply with the Massachusetts, stormwater standards. Although we're not, building like a highway or a paved roadway, there are best management practices, for treating stormwater, whether that be, temporary stormwater discharges. And I think, as you may be aware, through the NIPD's program, they're also looking at construction with using concrete, using dewatering, but also general stormwater management practices from your site. So yes, we'd be complying with both of those.
Okay, thank you. Now I have a few questions on, the vegetation removal that's been proposed and the mitigation that's been proposed. Now this is again with reference to content in the SEIR certificate, specifically at page 3. Now, it is stated that approximately 2.85 acres of tree removal is proposed within the ROW, the company's ROW. Has the company quantified the number of trees?
So this is Jamie Durand again. We have not done I call it a timber cruise of actually going out and identifying each individual tree. But we have, based on doing field surveys and looking at aerial photo interpretation, come up with, the kind of the square footage aerial, square footage of tree removal that's going to be required. And I think in our response, let me see what response that is. You could give me 1 second. Oh. Bear with me, I appreciate your patience.
Mr. Duran, I believe you addressed tree removal in D.P.U. LU 12.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. So no, we have not done an actual tree count, but we have gone out and identified areas of tree removal, looking at aerial photography as well, which areas are populated by trees versus scrub shrubs. We've done a species inventory of what types of trees would be removed from certain portions of the right of way. Obviously, along the right of way, we do have removal of danger trees or hazard trees, those trees that are along the edges of the right of way, that may pose a may jeopardize either the structures or the overhead conductors. But for the proposed tree clearing, there are three, I would say three major areas of tree clearing. One is what we talked about earlier, on the National Grid property located between the Taunton River and the railroad. And some of that does also extend onto the easement that we're talking to Mr. Tebow about. You know, that some of that area is forested. In order to improve that access road and make the work pad, there has to be some tree removal there. We also have tree removal on both sides of Route 24. On the west side of 24, we have an angle structure, an existing steel lattice tower. And so we need to do some tree removal to fit in both those monopoles and to have sufficient space to operate equipment. And on the north side, the northwest side of Route 24, we need to clear on the northeast side of the right-of-way. That's one section of right-of-way that it's still National Grid right-of-way, but the cleared width needs to be expanded a bit in order to reconfigure the two lines. And so that's another location of I guess I'll call it, maybe more tree clearing than just removal of danger or hazard trees.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Durant. I'm just curious. So I understand from what you said that there was an estimate of area of tree coverage that would have to be removed for the project, but there has not been any kind of exercise in counting the trees. I'm just curious, how do you get to a mitigation plan? Yeah, and which would do justice to the amount, since you have no count of the number of trees. How did you get to the mitigation plans?
Okay, so and I'll be, if anyone else wants to chime in from the project team. So for mitigation, not in all instances are we required to, replant trees. It wasn't something that was, I think it was a question that was asked through the MIPA process, but it was not a requirement. So where we have tree clearing in wetlands, it's not necessarily considered a fill in wetlands. It's more of a change in cover type. So the agencies thus far, we haven't filed our applications, but we've obviously had some pre-filing meetings with them. We will be doing a wetland replication plan for loss of wetlands, but we're not necessarily required to replant trees. I guess from the non-permitting side, when you're talking about real estate or stakeholders, in some instances, as you're aware, some abutters feel they may be affected by some tree clearing. So in that case, the stakeholders group would work with the forestry group about, doing some type of plantings or some other type of mitigation to mitigate if an abutter feels there's a visual impact. And then I guess for on the Tebow property, I think it's been talked about quite a bit. Is those discussions are still ongoing and are intended to continue. So if there's some type of ask that comes out of that, that's something that we would consider as well.
So regarding this tree planting not required, does it have to do with the project being on the company's ROW?
I would say partially, because when we are either reconfiguring or building a new line, one of the things we don't want to do is build more trees or plant more trees, because ultimately they're just going to be cut down by the forestry department. Even when we do like other types of mitigation plans on the right of way, we even look at the shrubs. We'll do a lot of shrub plantings and herbaceous plantings, but we don't want to get shrubs that get over 12, 15, anywhere near even 20 feet, because then they can interfere with the overhead lines. But for, I guess, other projects, I think if we had a larger removal of trees, or if we were I'm going off on a tangent here, if we were affecting certain rare species, like you probably heard, like the northern long-eared bat, we may have to, we may be required to do tree planting. I worked on a pipeline project many years ago where we were in that type of territory and we did have to do a tree count.
Okay.
But for this project, it has not been a requirement.
And this was something that you heard from MIPA during the MIPA process, right? That this is not a requirement.
That is correct. And I could go back to check. I know it was a question because of it's always a question about tree removal. And impacts on the environment and impacts on abutters, but no requirement other than like our requirements to do like wetland mitigation for the loss of wetlands.
Okay, thank you. Now you did touch upon this. My next question is regarding wetland replication areas. The reference is page 8 of the SEIR certificate. I'm just curious about the process the company followed to determine locations of the wetland replication areas. I know it's not an easy switch, so that's from where I'm asking the question,
Right. So when we have to do, a wetland creation area or restoration, the first ask is, how large is the area? We have a large enough area to work with. The second is, can we install a replication area so that it doesn't interfere, with the proposed project or interfere with, future operation and maintenance? We obviously don't want to, I'm not saying a wetland's an impediment, but we don't want to create a wetland where access is needed to do inspection and operation of the existing transmission lines. The other is the property owned by the company, because although we may have rights, for structures and transmission lines and such, do we have permission to do that type of grading or to create, what's currently an upland area, a potential buildable area into a wetland. And then when you get into more the ecology side of it, is where are the impacts, which, sub-watershed are the impacts in, are they going to be serving similar ecological functions? Also, how constructible is it? We don't want to build a wetland necessarily on a slope because, it could be done, but that would be very difficult. Can we encounter the water table with our excavation? Are we adjacent to invasive species? We look at those types of things to make sure that it'll be successful, because when we build it, there's typically, anywhere from 3 to 5 years that we need to do monitoring. That's required by the state and by the Corps. And if it's not a successful replication area, then we have to, employ some type of corrective measures. Does that answer your question?
Yep, thank you. Just on the topic that we were on before, if we could point us to, those segments of whatever it was you're referring to, the MIPA certificates or, your submissions to MIPA, wherein that, wherein tree planting is not considered a requirement gets, mentioned. If you could pull out those sections and submit to us, it would be helpful.
Ms. Divikar, would you like to make that as a formal record request for those?
Yes. Yes.
All right, so this will be record request D.P.U 5 regarding excerpts from the SEIR regarding tree removal.
Thank you, Mr. Tar. If I could move on. So with regard to the, wetland replication area discussion that we were having, are these, these wetland replication areas identified and a discussion on these submitted along with the NOI to the conservation commissions?
Yes. So the wetland replication plans, the plans themselves that show the grading, and then we have, several pages of notes, type of species, what the hydrology is supposed to be, what type of soil supplements need to be done. That is part of the notice of intent.
Okay.
We haven't, I just said earlier, we haven't submitted the notices of intent yet, but those are one of the requirements, and we'll be asking for approval from the Conservation Commission. Well, I say conservation. The only place we have wetland mitigation required is in Fall River. So we'll be submitting that with the notice of intent to Fall River.
Okay. Thank you. And now at this point, I'd like to move on to, hazards and structural safety elements. As I said, I also have a few questions on visual impacts, and then I would be moving on to EJ. But with regard to the kind of topics we have covered now with wetland resources and water resources, if anybody among my colleagues have questions, the floor is yours. Okay, I'll move on to questions I have with regard to structural safety. Now, with regard, this again has reference to SEIR certificate, page 10. Therein it's mentioned that, following a flood risk analysis, the company observed that storm surge associated with a 200-year storm event in 2030 would inundate the pile cap, that is of the structure M13N-6, bringing water in direct contact with the monopole. My question is, does such direct contact of monopole with water pose any risk to the structure, or is it a public safety concern?
This is Jamie again, and Lisa, Lisa Deppa, I may ask you to address the question of the pole actually being in water and corrosion issues. But I believe we addressed at least portion of this question in D.P.U. CM 11. And Ms. Divakar, hopefully I'm answering your question the correct way. And if I'm going in the wrong direction, let me know. Yep. So as I mentioned earlier, we do look at the RMAT tool, RMAT, and storm tools. So knowing that this structure with those types of future projections, could be underwater or could be intermittently underwater based on storm surge and sea level rise. So as part of the design of the project, they did do geotechnical investigation of the supporting soils and depth of bedrock. So one of the things that's being done is the soils could be potentially prone to soil liquefaction. So they'd be doing a combination of micro grouting to fill the pores of the soil, and also like compaction to get the soils to hold in place. We did provide again in D.P.U. CM 11 a cross section of what the structure would look like. So as you indicated, it would have an approximate 42-foot wide diameter pile cap. That'll be supported, I think it's by about approximately, 36 micro piles. Yep, go ahead.
So, Mr. Duran, I think I understand the reference that you're making. The question is not about, my question was not about the, how well the foundations have been designed. I just am interested in a particular scenario, which came up during the flood risk analysis that the company performed, wherein for this particular scenario, right, 200-year storm event in 2030, there was an instance where the company, found that, the level rise, the water level rise could result in direct contact of water with the monopole. So I'm just curious. So does such a situation where water comes in direct contact with the monopole, is it a public health risk, or does it in any way affect the structure? Yeah.
This is David Barron from National Grid. I may be able to help with this. So the structures are very robust plate steel, and they have essentially two protective coatings. The steel itself will be heavily galvanized and then painted over the galvanizing. So those can be both thought of as sacrificial coatings, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So, one or two instances of water coming in contact with the structure is not problematic. Our structures are, routinely closely inspected, and if there's any loss of the protective coatings that's observed, they would be repainted and treated. So it's not a problem where you may have short-term, infrequent contact. It could be an issue if steel was in direct contact unprotected, in sort of cyclical flooding. Several times a year as water table rises and lowers, that can be problematic. But in case of this structure, it's all above grade. Any water contact would be, very intermittent and of short duration, so it would not be problematic.
Okay, what I hear you say is because of these sacrificial coatings that would go on the steel, surfaces, coming into contact with water would not be, a public health risk. And nor would it be a risk, any kind of rusting or those kinds of risk where the structural, the strength of the structure is compromised. Did I understand it right?
Yes, that's a much more succinct way of saying it. Yes, and I would point out the existing lattice towers have been in place for decades, and are still very serviceable and in good condition because of the maintenance and inspection that we do on all our transmission assets. So yes, thank you.
So my next question will be, you have a lot of scenarios wherein you do mention that the pile cap or the the foundation, the concrete foundation would still hold above water level. Now, what is the extreme storm event for which the structure has been designed?
I'll let Mr. Durand answer that. I believe it was 2070 projected 200-year storm event, but Jamie is certainly closer to it than I.
Yeah, that is correct. As part of the REMAT tool, we had to look at projections out to 2070, which I think resulted in a elevation rise of approximately 6.6 feet above current sea level.
And if I remember right, you had mentioned that in such a scenario, the concrete would still be above the water level, right?
Yeah, I think for clarification, I think what we said is that there'll be a pedestal above the cap, and the relief of the concrete that's sticking above that flood level. That's correct.
Right. Thank you.
If I could clarify, I would just refer to D.P.U. CM10 for more details on that answer.
Yeah, okay.
And yes, just to add to what Jamie said, there will be bollards sticking up above the pedestal to protect against any floating debris that may float in that direction.
Okay, thank you. Now, again, drawing your attention to page 10 of the SEIR, there is mention of the sea level rise analysis and the local scour analysis that the company conducted. Now, the question is, it seems like from the results seems to suggest that the proposed grading at structure M13N-6 would not affect the flow of water across the site. If you could, talk to this, please explain further what this grading is about at structure M13N-6.
Okay, so again, Lisa, I may need you to support the structure itself is designed at the current grade and elevation of the landscape now. So we base on, with the base elevation of the pole is based on what's there today. So when we're talking about grading, we're talking more or less the grading for the work pad. So that area around the proposed structure, there's some irregular topography in that area. I think some of it's natural, but some of it has been, changed in the past by, activities that have occurred in that urban environment of the river. So we will be doing grading for the work pad. If you look at, I think it's in the attachment to the application. It was the project figures 1 through 4. We show some of the grading that's proposed. It's relatively, we have to knock a few high areas off, but we don't have to import a lot of material. It's mostly superficial grading, and then, as indicated earlier, we'll need to import some gravel and stone to bring access to that structure. That's kind of the short answer. I'm not sure if you have anything else to ask on that.
So, Mr. Durand, what I hear you say is this grading is, to build the embankment, to build the access road. Is that the grading that you're talking about, or what is the purpose of the grading?
The grading is for the access road, but also the work pad to build that structure. So we need a flat, level, safe environment to put a crane so that the concrete trucks back up. Yep.
Okay, yeah, got it. Now, on the same topic, results also suggest local scouring in the range of 11 feet to 11.4 feet around the M13N-6 foundation for the 2050 and 2070 extreme stormwater scenarios that the company has designed for. Now, I'm curious, what does this range of, scouring at the foundation, how does it at all affect the safety of the structure? And if it does, how does the company propose to still maintain the structural integrity there?
Yeah, so this question was also raised by, I believe it was Coastal Zone Management during the MEPA review. So that's why we looked at the remat tools, storm tools. National Grid also hired a contractor. It was CDM Smith, who's a structural engineer and also a coastal engineer, to assist in the design of this foundation. And I don't want to be repetitive, but one of the concerns was potential erosion around the structure, or scour. If you do get storm surges and you have a tide coming in and out, is that slowly going to either erode or scour the soils around the foundation? So as I mentioned earlier, there's going to be the mitigation for the underlying soils is a combination of vibro compaction and micro grouting of those soils. We're also proposing around I believe we're proposing around the 42-foot cap is to put stone riprap along the base of the structure. So it's just not, open exposed soil. And then moving forward, National Grid understands that, like all its assets, it'll require, future inspection and maintenance. And if, I don't know, 30 years from now, we find that there's some corrective action that's necessary, we'd have to see what's going on and what the resource area impacts are, what there may be some new technologies, what we might be able to do to combat any future scouring or erosion of the structure.
Okay. So what you're saying is the foundation design in itself, plus the soil amendments, plus measures to hold the soil down, like the stone riprap that you mentioned, plus monitoring. This is the way the company proposes to make sure that such scouring doesn't affect the structure itself. Did I get
Yeah,
that?
I think that's a good summary. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously this is, I guess, two things for National Grid. I mean, we understand that, this is a public service and we need to provide a reliable and a resilient system. And, the cost as well of building a structure of this size. So those are certainly all considerations that, not only for this structure, but for the whole project that we take into consideration. So yeah, I think that's a good summary.
Thank you. So my next question would be with regard to the Shell Oil New Street release site, which is part of the project area. I'm interested in a description of what happens on that site right now.
I can this is Jamie Durand again, give you some observations that I've seen. I know that there's there was an approved Mass DEP water treatment facility on their site because there's been some past soil contamination. So they've had some wells withdrawing water and doing filtration and to mitigate historic impacts on the soil. It looks like there's been some improvements, like I'll call it improvements, but I think some removal of some buildings. There used to be a number of additional oil tanks on the property. At the beginning of the project, that's what was there at the site. Those have since been removed. Other than that, I'm not aware of anything that's going on right now. I mean, it looks like they're just making some just general site improvements to the site.
Okay. So at any point, in the construction or the maintenance phase of this project, does the company anticipate soil disturbances on this particular site?
So, I'll get to that two ways. One, I showed an aerial photo earlier
Yeah.
that showed, I'll call it the developed portion of the site, where the former Shell oil terminal used to be. And I showed the orange crosshatch areas that we want to use for temporary construction storage. Well, when we saw the site last, the site, it's high and dry. It seems to drain well. It has kind of a gravel base. I think that'll be suitable for our purposes. We're doing temporary construction, so we don't need to be doing any excavation. There could be some sufficient grading, but I will say to the northern portion of the site where some of the tree removal has to be done. We will be doing some grading in that location to build the work pad and the access road. I know, and I think just outside of our area, that area is kind of, not sure if the right word is littered, but littered with groundwater monitoring wells. So we're aware of those, and we want to attempt to avoid those monitoring wells. And then lastly, about when you say soil disturbance is, you know, that foundation we're building for structure, M13 N6 is going to be, you know, a very wide structure. It's going to be quite deep. So I guess the potential is there of you know, potentially encountering contamination. National Grid does have a separate contractor on board that would, you know, monitor the excavation, monitor for any observations or potential releases. I know we'd be working under the Massachusetts contingency plan, and we'd also, if need be, if we encountered, you know, at least one of the minimum things we would do is implement a utility-related abatement measure, or what's called a URAM, for, you know, encountering, you know, existing contamination, you know, doing this utility work.
For clarification, the reference that you were making was to attachment 2 for D.P.U. CM18 that you had previously mentioned and referenced for the orange marked staging areas.
Just give me 1 second. I'll double check that.
Yes, it was. It was the plan that you were sharing earlier, Jamie.
Okay. Thank you, Pat.
Sure.
Thank you.
So so basically the company's you know, the company's responsibility with regard to any kind of soil disturbances, be it for grading, be it for tree removal, it's basically bound by the Massachusetts contingency plan, right? Any kind of, you are bound by the Massachusetts contingency plan on any kind of activity happening on that site. Is that?
I would say yes, but I would also say, like, that's one area of known, you know, known release in the past. You know, if we were to encounter something on another portion of the right of way, we would still, you know, operate under the MCP, the Massachusetts Contingency Plan. But yeah, there are, I would say, you know, potentially more restrictions and known conditions on this particular property that you're mentioning. Yes.
So I realize that there is heavy emphasis on water quality, or the quality of water that gets drained from the site. Now that you mentioned that there is a lot of borewell groundwater table monitoring pits, if I heard you right. So in terms of draining stormwater from the site, would you have to you know, come up with a separate plan? Or my question would be, on this project, maybe on easements that you're working with Mr. T-Boom, are there instances wherein the company would have to come up with separate stormwater management plans?
Well, I believe for, you know, our construction, and I think as I showed earlier, you know, the grading of the access road, our intent is to, I think, use the, you know, Massachusetts Stormwater Manual to control, you know, stormwater during construction. And so we would have to manage that, so we're not having an impact to, you know, resource areas, particularly the Taunton River. You know, we're not planning any, I guess I would say, you know, permanent structural stormwater facilities like detention basins. You know, we're not putting in pipes, catch basins, you know, oil water separators, that type of thing. That's not the level of project that this is.
Okay. Now, when you submitted your typical design details of access roads, I remember there was a mention of swales that you you know, included in the typical design detail. So is that still a typical configuration that you would follow on your access roads?
Yeah, so depending on the elevation, you know, the topography, where we're getting drainage patterns, that's one of the, I guess, you know, I won't say it's used on every road, but yeah, is to create either a grass swale or a stone line swale along an access road to get the water away from the road. You know, we don't want to build these roads and then have them eroded away. But also, I think, as you know, using water bars and, swales, temporary plunge pools. It's a way of, filtering the water as well during construction before it's discharged. So yes, those are the types of BMPs we would use in our road design.
Okay. Mr. Durand, in your discussion of that particular figure wherein you showed the access road move around locations 8 along the MBTA ROW, you did mention that your swales could be provided given how steep the slopes are, and also a retaining, you did mention a retaining wall. So I'm wondering, so if you were to provide swales, where are you trying to drain it? How are you trying to drain it under the MBTA tracks? Because I heard you, correct me if I'm wrong, I heard you mention that towards the, the eastern side of that particular, let me say, put it this way, where the access road, moves off the main street and around the locations 8, I heard you say that the natural drainage is towards the north, which basically is towards the rail track, right? So if you were to provide any kind of swales, what is the kind of, how would you drain it, basically? What is the direction of drainage you're thinking of? Would it have to go? Yeah.
So yeah, so we have what I shared earlier was a preliminary engineering design.
Sorry, sir.
We still have to do.
Sir, stop. Gotta read more clearly.
Sorry about that.
Yep.
So what I shared earlier is still a preliminary engineering design. And we still need to prepare the final design. And part of that final design, would likely be in discussion with the MBTA, because we've been consulting with them on this project. So just for clarification, I did indicate that section of roadway proposed roadway between structures 8 and 7, that yes, we may put a retaining wall in some sections. And the reason I say maybe is we're still talking to the MBTA about how close we can get to construction on their right of way and along their steel, the vertical sheet pile wall. So that's still a discussion point we have to have with the MBTA. Because we're building a road, we understand that road could act maybe as somewhat as a dam to those, to the people on the underside that I mentioned that have houses. So we understand we have to drain that road, drain that water away. So we would drain it under our proposed road using some cross culverts. And I guess for clarification, there is a bit of a drainage divide. So some of that water does flow to the south, and some does flow to the north. And I don't know if you recall, it was a while ago when we did the site visit with you folks. We stood at the corner of the angle structure and kind of looked down the right of way. We saw the elevated railroad, so the steel sheet pile. So you can see that what the current flow is there. So we're looking to match those current flows so that we don't have water sitting where it didn't before, and we obviously don't want to create more of a discharge point that hits the retaining the sheet pile wall of the MBTA. So we're looking to tie. It's kind of a country drainage. Obviously, there's no pipes there, but we're looking to tie into the natural drainage at the divide, where some of it goes to the south and then some of it goes to the north. Where the discharge of our cross culverts come, I think on the plan we showed some small like plunge pools or small basins that we would use for sedimentation purposes and also to slow down any flows. So with those types of best management practices, not affecting the integrity of that sheet pile wall for the MBTA.
Yeah, I was just curious if the company was considering just the swales to be a design element to kind of divert water further west and where the slopes are more towards the south. So what I hear you say is design is still evolving, right?
Well, the final design, but yeah, to answer your question, yes, the using swales as one of the measures is certainly one of the things that I believe we'll be incorporating into the design of this particular access road between section 7 and 8. Yes.
Thank you. At this point, if anyone among my colleagues have questions,
So I don't hear any additional questions. I know that you have some additional questions on EJ topics, Ms. Divakar. At this point, we're going to take our afternoon break. So right now, we'll come back at 3:30 to conclude the additional questions. I have a few questions as follow-up. And Mr. Nyland, if you have any additional cross-examination questions, we can get to those after the afternoon break. And we may end up concluding today, so I'll see you back here after the break at 3:30. At this point, we'll go off the record.
thank you.
Let me know when you're ready, David.
We winnow down? I am ready.
All right. We are back on the record in evidentiary hearing deep for case number D.P.U. 2295. Back on the record, there was some discussion regarding additional questions that were raised in the previous section from Ms. Dibakar. I'll turn it over to her, and then we will move on to the next section.
Thank you, Mr. Tower. The reference being made is to the question I had with regard to the access roads around the tower locations 8. I guess Mr. Durand had offered to get back to us on this. I'm just wanting to check if he's ready to discuss.
Sorry for the delay. I think Jamie is just coming in now. So, Ms. Divakar, if you could repeat your question.
So, Mr. Durand, we were wondering if you could, if you were ready to discuss the, access road around the location 8 that we left incomplete earlier.
I was wondering if I could have, if I could punt this just a little bit. I'm waiting for, I sent an email to a couple of the engineers and I should have some answers shortly, but I'll be happy to answer those.
Okay. In that case, I'd like to move on to the next section, which is to do with EJ. Now, this is with regard to the SEIR certificate, page 3. We know that the project EENF was filed prior to January 1, 2022, which is the effective date of the new MIPA EJ protocols. So the question is, it appears that the company has in part tried to comply with the protocols. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'd like you to describe where the company may have deviated.
I can speak for how we did follow the MIPA environmental justice for outreach purposes. So that was where we ensured that both our website and all of the materials for public information were available in Spanish and Portuguese, which are the other 2 languages that are primarily spoken. And then we also, and that's also, again, on our website. I believe we did also offer in an animation that we created explaining the construction. That's also available in subtitles with in Portuguese and Spanish as well. As far as deviations from the actual MIPA environmental justice protocols for outreach, I'm not aware that we deviated at all.
Okay, thank you. Now, in the SEIR at page 60, there is an observation made that census tracts 6421 and 6422, both in the city of Fall River, exhibit vulnerable health EJ criteria for low birth weight and lead poisoning, respectively. The question is, are there components of the construction work, such as potential metal dust or debris from sawing the tars, or grouting for soil amendments that could contribute to elevated lead contamination of soil or water sources in the project area?
I can't answer that question. I would have to ask somebody else from the team if they can do that.
Please.
Yeah, I can try here. This is Erin Worski from National Grid. The vulnerability health assessment came out with heart attacks, lead exposure, low birth weight, and childhood asthma. I think the two components of the project, with the structures being removed, and those structures do contain lead, do not necessarily cause a negative impact to either public health or water quality, in the sense that there are protocols that will be used when we're dismantling those structures. We have two protocols in one's an environmental guidance document, but one is also a safety requirement that outlines ways to containerize and dispose of those the lead paint component properly. I think from a dust perspective, we have outlined how to minimize dust, in that any sort of exposed soil would be either allowed to revegetate soon after construction, but during construction, we would be using mist if we're seeing observations of fugitive dust. If there's excessive dust, we would take some additional measures like putting water injection into the actual caisson foundation, or even covering it with. Sure.
Ms. Worski, you had frozen for a while.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So the last I heard from you before you went to, before you disconnected, was you were talking of dust. And let me clarify. I'm interested in metal dust from sawing. That could be a possible source of lead, right? That's the reason. It's not particularly soil dust that we are talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
If you could, yeah.
Yeah. So from the way we're dismantling these structures, they will be mechanically sheared in various locations, and any sort of chipping would be containerized, whether we are using a HEPA filter around and containerizing the foundation itself, or placing something down on the ground specifically so that it doesn't leave site.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah. So in answering, you did mention that you followed safety requirements, and also you did make mention of an environmental document. Could you be more precise? What are these?
Yep. We've outlined those, and let me just find the hold on one second. Bear with me. It's EG 1701 and 2. I know that one by heart. Hold on, let me just get the other. And the company safety procedure F-619, and these were referenced in D.P.U-S-2.
So I'm
S
curious.
or F? S or F? Safety S?
S as in Sam.
Sam.
Yes.
Thank you.
So in these documents that you mentioned here, is there special emphasis on, handling lead waste that could cause harm in terms of lead contamination?
I apologize. I'm having connection issues. Would you mind repeating that?
So I'd like to know, in these references that you made, these two documents that you told us about, are there specific references to how waste that could, contribute to lead contamination should be handled?
That is correct. Those are the two standing documents that National Grid uses when we're in the presence of lead paint.
And have these documents been submitted to the EFSB at any point during this procedure?
I will have to check. I believe we only referenced them, but we can always provide a copy if we didn't.
So I would like to take it as a record request if the company can confirm that it hasn't already provided us with these documents.
So I'll record this as record request D.P.U. 6 regarding company policy regarding lead paint. If the company has previously provided it, please just provide a response indicating a reference to where that material was previously provided.
Happy to do so.
Is that clear?
Yes, thank you.
I think it's, yeah, I was going to say we can't hear her.
Okay.
Kind of lost her.
Well, in the interim, in order to save time, I do have a few additional questions to pose. So if it's okay with you, Ms. Divikar, I'm gonna take over. I have a few construction methods related questions. And if you get, we can circle back around to you at the very end. Okay? So I'm gonna refer to the company's response and information request, D.P.U. CM3. Please clarify what site constraints would be present in order to require the trucking of material. It's indicated that material would be trucked if there was site constraints. And please describe in a little bit more detail what dust suppression methods would be utilized if material was to be trucked to different parts of the site. And would these methods be similar to the methods described in information request D.P.U. CM5?
So the soil handling specific to structure 6. I'm sorry, can you guys hear me just in case?
Yeah, but start it again.
Okay. So the CM3 is specific to soil management on either side of the Taunton River. We will be requiring, knowing that there is the potential for encountering saturated soils, that material would likely be staged in a sealed container. We call it a mud box. that would just allow some of that water to just kind of dry out the soils before moving it on site. And that material would then be staged in an upland location. We typically require, if constraints are there, to move those soils outside of the 100-foot, 200-foot buffer zone of resource area. In the event that we do see or smell, oil, or it, appears to have a sheen, we would likely place that on poly, which is just a best management practice to kind of keep it from mixing with the surface soils. As far as dust goes, we would likely be containerizing that stockpile when it's not in use. And then allowing that material to be corralled, bales to make sure that it's staying contained in its stockpile location. And I think that answers your first two questions. Could you ask the third question again?
Yeah. The only other question for that would be, what site constraints would be present that would require the trucking of material from one location to another for stockpiling?
I mean, we do have a pretty tight site, as Patricia Wong had indicated earlier. We are quite limited in the space that we have at that structure. So I would imagine, with the amount of construction vehicles and cranes and personal vehicles that would be out there to perform the activities, we would be kind of trucking it into an upland location, and so we just need to factor that in as well. And those same practices would take place. We would be staging it in an upland location on poly, corralling it with sedimentation barriers, and likely covering it when not in use.
Thank you. Now I'm going to shift to information request D.P.U. CM8. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. So there had been a shift regarding impacts within the wetland area. Could you clarify? So it indicates that there would be individuals that would be transversing the wetlands and salt marsh area by foot. Could you clarify the number of individuals anticipated to transverse the salt marsh, and how this would avoid all impacts within the salt marsh?
Aaron, if I'm back, if you want me to take that one.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I'll just little background. Originally, we had proposed some temporary impacts for the salt marsh. We were trying to conserve some alternatives to doing the wire stringing from structure to structure. So we had originally proposed to either use a low ground pressure equipment and/or place temporary construction mats. During the MEPA process, we got some pushback for that. So we talked to the construction planners, and to answer your question, we're looking at installing, let's see, three. I think it's three conductors, plus a shield wire / OPGW. So that's four wires for the M13N line, and so there'd probably be at least those four pedestrian access routes across that salt marsh, where they would carry the lead rope across the track. Across the salt marsh, up the hill, and then up to the guard structure that will be located on the west side of the railroad. But so that would eliminate any equipment or vehicles or matting in the salt marsh.
So for clarification, when you say impacts, you mean construction material related impacts, not just any impacts whatsoever as far as foot traffic.
Yeah, that's correct. There would be foot traffic, but no construction equipment, no construction vehicles, and no any type of lay down area or filling, correct?
Thank you. I'm going to move on to information request DPU CM15 attachment 2. This is a cross section of one of the monopoles, I believe. So understanding the disclaimer that's indicated on the detail that was provided, indicating that the dimensions are from another project, please explain why the design specifications from the project involving pier foundations is specifically applicable or the same to the current monopole foundations proposed in this project. Also, please identify if there's any differences in design approach based on load between this project and the pier foundation project.
And that pier foundation, just PIER?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Tarr, this is David Barron from National Grid. I think pier foundation is really the same thing referred to when we mention a caisson foundation. Those are one and the same. So the detail provided in that was attachment 2 to CM-15 attachment 2. That's really a caisson foundation that would be utilized on the project before the department in this proceeding.
So
does that answer your question?
I guess my question is, based on a pier generally being either submerged or within the lowland areas of water versus the current foundation along the right of way in this project, are there any differences in construction or any differences in approach for the foundations between a pier that's provided and the specific design for this project? Are there any differences?
No, there are no differences. No. So pier isn't like you would think of a marina pier. It's just a sort of another name for that type of foundation. It's really a caisson foundation. It's a drilled shaft filled with, it's reinforced concrete. So there's a rebar cage. There's anchor bolts that are placed into the drilled shaft, and then the excavation is backfilled with concrete. Once cured, the structures are secured onto the anchor bolts that protrude from the top of the pier foundation or caisson foundation. It's just a terminology difference.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Barron.
You're welcome.
All right, I only have 2 additional questions, so I'm going to move on to refer to page 1-3 within NG1A, which was the supporting documentation with the initial petition. So contained within section 1.6 of the construction overview, the company had identified 8 planned stages of construction. Please indicate the approximate duration of each phase, and if there's any overlap in phase regarding the process of the project, what that overlap time period would be, or if there's simultaneous construction phases. Anyone?
I apologize. I was speaking with my camera off and my microphone muted. So my apologies, Mr.
No,
Hearing Officer.
just want to make sure that someone heard me.
Yep.
So,
let me get back to so the 8 steps that are described in section 1.6 of the application, those really take place as I'll call it a train of activities. So it's quite possible that yes, different phases of construction will be taking place at the same time in different locations along the project route. I think we may have responded in one of the information requests on general durations for the various phases. And I believe that there is, I would refer you to the schedule that was provided as attachment 1 to information request G-1. And without getting into excruciating detail, but there's activities described in that schedule that show approximate durations for the various phases of the work, including the clearing, the foundations, the structure erection, wire stringing, etc. But it is expected that there would be different steps going on at different locations along the project route. Does that provide you what you're looking for?
I believe it does. I just want to confirm, it's also mentioned on page 4-6 that the approximate construction period would be a total of 12 months. I just want to confirm, is that still the anticipated time period for total period of construction?
Yeah, I think our current construction schedule is probably closer to 18 months or maybe 16 months. But it'll be somewhat dependent on the outages and when we are actually able to start construction. But I would if I had to characterize it, I would say yeah, the total construction duration should be somewhere between 12 months and 18 months.
And then my last question, so previously mentioned and previously testified to was the fact that you anticipate the project permits to be received by the end of 2024, presumably Q4 of 2024, with construction anticipated to begin either in Q1 or Q2 of 2025. Previously indicated on page 1.4 of the attachment to the initial filing was that construction was to begin in late 2024. So based on the new timeline indicating a construction beginning in 2025, are there any restrictions in the time of year or any of the previously described phases of construction that would cause any further delays for the project?
I am not aware of any restrictions. Time of year permit restrictions typically are related to rare, threatened, or endangered species considerations. And there's really, this project, I believe, Jamie and Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, this project is absent of those considerations. So we don't really anticipate any time of year restrictions that would affect the schedule.
So just to confirm, if all permits and everything are received by the end of 2024, the project would anticipate beginning construction in Q1 or Q2 of 2025?
right now in our schedule, I believe we're reflecting an August 2025 construction start,
Okay.
and that's that's the current schedule. So all permits in hand by the end of 2024, and then starting construction in around August of 2025.
And that's with the goal of energization. I am tripping up over the word.
Energization.
There you go.
Yeah.
With the goal of energization. Wow, I'm tripping up over, man. By the end of 2026, right? That's the scheduled need requirement.
Yeah, that's our current goal. Yeah, as Miss Scott indicated earlier during the needs discussion earlier this morning, that the project is really urgently needed. It was identified in 2016 with considered an immediate need by the ISO within 3 years. So we're well past that. So the project is needed urgently, but we would anticipate, and it would be our goal, to get the project completed and service by end of 2026.
Thank you. That concludes the questions that I had prepared for today. Ms. Divakar, do you have any additional follow-up regarding your EJ questions, since I know that your microphone got cut off? It's still not working. In the interim, with technical difficulties persisting, I did want to make sure that I followed up. Mr. Nyland, do you have any additional cross-examination questions that you'd like to bring?
Yeah, I just have a couple, because I think we'd like to get out of here today, right? I think that would be terrific. So
That is the goal.
Is this the last, will this be the last witness that we're going to have, David?
The panel in total is here today. And depending on the scope of questions from staff, I know Ms. Divakar may have some more. We don't expect any additional witnesses, so I think this is a good opportunity for you.
All right. So I just had a couple of questions, and thank you. With respect to the temporary easement, which is on the Weaver's Cove side, we talked about the temporary easement on the Somerset side. Can I say, is the panel aware of the work that we have done in terms of removing the storage tanks from the facility and doing the site work? I know that there was a discussion by Mr. Durant, and he pointed out some things that had taken place, but is the company aware that that work was performed by Mr. Tebow in anticipation of developing the site? And I'm asking that because that take into account your view of where the temporary staging areas will be located.
So this is Pat Wong. I'll start, and maybe Jamie can chime in as well. We had a site visit with Mr. Tebow at the Weaver's Cove site. I don't actually honestly remember seeing tanks there, but he had identified this, can we, use this area as opposed to another? And we provided a revised sketch, which was what was shared on the screen earlier, and is the attachment for CM-18. So unless maybe Jamie has had further discussions with it, I don't think so, but the current sketch plan is the area that Mr. Tebow had asked us to use instead.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Well, I think so, because the CM-18 was the same graphic that was with the application has been around for a while, and my belief was during negotiations, a question had been asked to move it further north because the area where you're seeking to have the temporary staging area is scheduled for development. So the question is, would National Grid look at moving that further north, or is it your position that it cannot be moved from where it's located presently?
I will let Jamie answer that question if we can move it further north. But I'm not aware that that was actually a request that has been made to have us move it further north. The current plan, that CM18 plan, was developed in September of 2023 after our site meeting, and that's the one that my understanding is that we're dealing with. And if Mr. Tebow wanted us to move it further north, I'm not aware of that request.
Well, just before Jamie answers, and thank you very much, the date on that plan is August of 23. It's not in September. So that's why my understanding was that it was being considered to move that further north, and that's what I'm pursuing.
Okay, I may have the dates wrong. I know we had our site meeting in June, so it was after that we provided a revised plan, and maybe I was misremembering when that was done.
See, I can add a little bit of additional information. Yeah, so the plan that we shared earlier today that shows the easements, I think is dated August 28th. So yeah, that plan was generated after a field visit with Mr. Tebow and one of his attorneys and some of the construction planners with National Grid. We originally had asked for a lot more acreage to look to the south. Basically, where his property abuts the railroad, we were hoping to use a lot more space. It was mentioned that yes, there was some ongoing site improvements and demolition, and that there was some proposed other plans for the property. And so we did reduce our request for temporary staging area, and we also moved it north. If I recall correctly, I think someone from Mr. Tebow's party had asked, what type of equipment or materials would it be possible if we placed them, could we move them, during construction? That was one of the asks. And, some of this material is pretty massive. It would be, I don't know, kind of difficult to place it and put it down. But I think we indicated that, we'd be willing to work with him to the best we can about where we could relocate equipment on his property. And if he needed us to make another adjustment, as long as we didn't have to make significant site improvements and the area was accessible, that we could, we'd be willing to work to the degree that it helps us build our project and helps Mr. Tebow.
Okay, well that's helpful. Thank you. Next, with respect to stormwater, as you're probably aware, we've got bare soil out there on the site now in the area where you're going to have the two temporary easements on the Weaver's Cove side. So can you tell me, first of all, how you're going to avoid having commingling of the materials that you're going to be staging on that site from the bare soil so that we don't have any contamination, number one, and number two, how are you taking care of stormwater so that it's not contaminated? Stormwater isn't heading down to the Taunton River.
Okay, so again, this is Jamie Durand. The final construction logistics still need to be determined, but in regards to the use of Mr. Tebow's property, I'll call it on the developed portion, we were thinking it would be storage of like the pole members, the reinforced wire cages, probably conductor and wire, We weren't looking to, dewater onto that property or to put temporary soil stockpiling on that portion of the property. One of the things we had talked about was potentially putting a layer of gravel or crushed stone so that it doesn't become, basically just a mud pit during construction. And in regards to stormwater, if we're not going to be storing, soil stockpiles, depending on what is there, we could enclose certain areas with erosion and sediment controls. I don't think there's going to be any storage of, equipment or vehicles, but if there is, we can put secondary containment under those pieces of equipment if there was some type of, leak or if a hose broke. If there's any storage of, fuel, I don't think there would, but if there were, that would be in an enclosed lock container, would have secondary containment. And again, we'd be monitoring this during construction. If we were seeing some type of stormwater, some way, if it eroded the site, we would do some type of corrective action. Again, if we needed to put a temporary swale or something like that to get it away from, if Mr. Tebow was happening to do active construction, I can understand, he wouldn't want to have water flowing towards his property.
Okay. And I imagine the Conservation Commission will take care of that, but you wouldn't have fueling or maintenance that would take place on that temporary easement then, correct?
Well, I would say, if there's any areas on Mr. Tebow's property that, are within a 100-foot buffer zone or 200 foot of the riverfront area, but we typically ask our contractors, correct, not to do refueling or maintenance. There's some equipment, like if the crane or a drill rig is there, that's not so mobile, we maybe do refueling, but at that point, we'd be using secondary containment. We'd have emergency spill kits on site. But yes, we'd also, as you said, we'd be getting an order of conditions from the Conservation Commission in Fall River that may include conditions for what can be done. And I guess lastly too, I mean, we're on the permitting side. I know that there's also negotiations with Mr. Tebow for easement rights, and I'm assuming maybe some of those logistics, may be determined through, the discussions, negotiations on the easement and the use of his property.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. With respect to the Chapter 91 license, is there any work that's going to be taking place on property controlled by Weaver's Cove by my client with respect to the Chapter 91 license? Anything taking place in the tidelands that's on our property?
This is Jamie again. I'm just looking at a plan real quick. I believe the answer is no. The reason for our Chapter 91 license is for the additional overhead wires that cross the Taunton River. So the proposed structure, the work pads and such are outside of flow tidelands and outside of historically filled tidelands. So to our interpretation and knowledge, no, and that's what's in our application that's being filed, that will be filed with the DEP. And I think ultimately, they would have to make confirmation, but our answer is no.
Okay, well, a couple of questions were asked with respect to the MCP and Shell. You may not know, but that refinery, they've taken more than 1 million gallons of oil out of that property over the last 20 years. It's an active remediation. They have a full-time LSP, and so there's a lot of work that's going on out there. Are you saying you haven't been in touch with Shell with respect to any of your plans on site?
No, I think unless I missed a question earlier, I apologize. I'm not sure if we've talked about Shell, but yes, there are team members that have reached out to Shell, and I think have also obtained reports from Shell, and I think even obtained reports that are available from consultants that are working for Mr. Tebow. So we are aware of, all of the work that's going there. I mentioned earlier, the groundwater monitoring wells, the building that's up in the northeast corner. I think it used to be an oil water separator there. And then the monitoring wells that are further to the north, where we tried to avoid disrupting any of those monitoring wells with our access roads and work pads. So we certainly are aware of past uses and I guess remediation that's been occurring.
And I think it's fair to say I think you answered the question that there wasn't going to be any disturbance of soil in that general area. Is that do I understand that correctly?
I think if we're talking about the developed portion of the property, where we were showing the temporary construction staging area, yeah, I think I indicated there wouldn't be substantial earthwork there. It's currently level and flat, and so the only potential disturbance would be if we put some stone or riprap on it, or if tires were to rut that area. But we don't plan on grading or excavating. But to the north, where the northern portion of that property, where there's existing vegetation and it's more natural setting, yes, we would be doing some grading and excavation for the access road and work pad.
That's on your property. That's not on ours, correct? So.
No, the property line runs through both. So,
Yeah.
So to be some on our property, and that's the reason for asking for easement from Mr. Tebow, is so that we can do grading and on his property as well.
Yeah, I know in terms of that small area that you need. With respect to your transmission assets, as I read it, this is in the velocity zone, this structure. So on the East Coast, how many of your terminals or transmission assets are located in the velocity zone?
I personally don't have a number. I know that I work on a lot of the transmission lines for National Grid previously in Rhode Island and Massachusetts. I know here in up and down the East Coast, I mean the eastern Massachusetts, there are quite a few within the velocity zone, within tidal waters, within salt marsh areas. I don't have a number though.
Are they of similar construction to what you're proposing here?
I think it depends on what line it is, what voltage, and I think how old it is. I mean, it varies from wood pole structures to newer steel monopoles to steel lattice towers. I know further along the Taunton River, further south of this project, is the Y2Z1 transmission lines that were rebuilt a number of years ago, and they have a similar Y-frame structure design. They're a little smaller in size, but I am aware of those.
Yeah, there seem to be references in the answers with respect to the fact, as we know, the velocity zone is where this at the Stillwater, it's a 3-foot wave is above it. So it's are you aware that the Mass DEP presently has regulations out there for public comment that prohibit building in the velocity zone?
I will say I've heard that they've been talking about that. If they're out now, then I would certainly believe you. I would assume that there would still be provisions for grandfathering for existing facilities, or for public utilities that might not be able to be located outside of the velocity zone. I can certainly understand not putting a residential development or a commercial development, but in some instances, like these public utilities, it's difficult to be located outside of all resources.
Yeah, we've only been waiting for those regs since 1985. So. I think, presiding officer, I'm just going over my notes just to make sure I don't have any others. So I think that The staff took care of answering most of the questions that I had. No, that's all that I have this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Nyland. I do believe that the staff has one or two additional questions, so I'm going to refer back to them before I open it up for any potential redirect.
Can you hear me clear? Thank you. So this is with regard to the lead contamination question that we were discussing. It was, Mr. Tar did mention that there was a record request to it. I just wanted to make sure that we are interested in knowing what are the different sources of contamination the company anticipates during the construction and operation phases of this project, and what are the mitigation measures the company has proposed, along with the other question we had formulated during when the record request was made. Just want to make sure that the company understands what is expected.
So to ensure there's no confusion, record request D.P.U. 6 would include company procedures regarding disposal of on-site lead contamination regarding paint, as well as provide sources and mitigation measures for the removal of the current lattice structures that would provide lead contamination, right?
Just a small correction. Sources and mitigation sources of all lead contamination anticipated, and mitigation for all of those as proposed. Thank you.
So we'll just include that with the record request D.P.U. 6. That can all be one request.
Thank you. So I have a question on visual impacts. Now, this is with reference to the submittal DPU-CO-5. In there, in explaining its choice of the Y-frame design, the company states improved aesthetics, smaller footprint area, and employment of such design when its Y2 and Z1 115 kV transmission lines were reconstructed in 2017 as reasons. The question is there anything more the company would add in explaining its choice of the design?
Hi, Ms. Devakar. This is David Barron from National Grid. No, I think that really does summarize it. One of our goals really was to minimize the footprint of and thereby minimize the amount of permanent easement that we're seeking from Mr. Tebow. So that Y-frame monopole foundation, as we discussed earlier in the day, the pile cap has a diameter of 42 feet, I believe it is. And compared to the existing steel lattice tower that's presently out on site, that has a base dimension of 75 feet by 75 feet. So the monopole design is, one method that we try to, minimize our footprint and minimize the ask from Mr. Tebow. Also, yes, the Y2Z1 that we reference in that answer was reconstructed with this monopole Y-frame design several years back. It's a more modern, sort of a sleeker design, I would say, as compared to a large steel lattice work tower. So those are the two primary considerations.
Okay. Just a follow-up. What is the anticipated life of the existing steel lattice river crossing structures?
Yeah, so those existing structures have been in place for, I think, since the 1960s. Recently, I want to say it was 2019 or 2020, as the MBTA was developing its rail yard, sort of adjacent to the site. We had a distribution line that crossed that MBTA site, which provided power to the lattice tower to power up the FAA lighting. And as part of that, the development of the MBTA project, we had to remove that distribution line. And what we ended up doing was converting the FAA lights on the existing lattice tower to be solar powered. So we mounted solar panels and a battery system and so forth. And as part of the design and implementation of that, we did an audit and inspection of the existing tower. We hired a specialty consulting firm to assist us in that. And they found the existing tower in good condition and it remains serviceable. And as I mentioned, we do routine cyclical inspections of all the transmission assets. So the life of the tower is really sort of indeterminate. With good maintenance, it can be extended for decades.
So, may I ask you this? In the event a replacement of the existing river crossing structures is warranted, would the company opt for the newly proposed Y-frame monopole design?
I would say that's highly likely, yes.
Thank you. Those are the questions I had. If anyone among my colleagues has questions to follow up, please go ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Nyland, if any of those questions trigger any additional questions, I'd ask that you ask your questions at this time as well.
I just had one question. Thank you. Are the Ms. Barron, is the coating? You said there were two coatings on the terminal. Are those lead-based paints or not?
No, they are not. The raw steel is hot dip galvanized, which is a zinc-based coating, and then the galvanized coating is painted over with non-lead-based paints.
Yeah, you didn't indicate that. Thank you. You indicated there was another coating. I just wanted to check. Thank you. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Seeing no additional questions, I'll open it up to any redirect by the company regarding any questions from cross-examination.
If we could take a break of maybe 5 minutes or so, just to review today's questioning to see if we have any redirect, and then we be able to report back of either no further questions or conduct what I would expect would be at most limited redirect.
Yeah, we'll come back at 4:35. We'll go off the record at this time. Still with me, Dave?
Yeah. You muted.
Oh, I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Yeah, good.
Mm-hmm.
So we get through in one day.
Well, it looks like we're going to finish today. So,
Yeah.
barring craziness. David, just to give you a heads up as far as my plan after the break returns,
Yeah.
I'll have my discussion with David regarding potential redirect. There may be an additional record request. We're then going to have an off-the-record discussion regarding procedural schedules for timelines, and then I'll put that procedural schedule on the record afterwards. So just
It's all
as a
hang
heads
around.
up,
Yep.
that's the plan. I want to wait for a few more cameras to turn back on. All right, so initially we're going to go back on the record in D.P.U. 2295. There had previously been discussion on the record regarding additional outreach that was being made by, I believe, Mr. Duran regarding a request from Ms. Divikar. Were you able to contact the attorneys to provide that information, or would it be better formulated as a record request?
Jamie, you can comment on this, but we did have a little discussion of that just now off the record, and there's different pieces and folks that need to be brought into the discussion. So we think maybe a record request would be the best way of handling it.
So I'm going to have Ms. Divikar put a record request, put the language or put the verbiage for her question on the record, and then we'll move on to the outstanding procedural matters.
Mr. Presiding Officer, just one clarification.
Yes.
I just needed to get back to our civil engineers. It wasn't more of a legal question, is our civil engineers. So they have some more information that we can put together in a record request, and we'll get that information back to you.
Much appreciated. Ms. Divikar, did you want to put the language for your record request on the record? This will be record request.
Hold on. Oh.
Sorry.
I couldn't hear.
Oh.
Ms.
Oh, I might have talked over her. So.
No. I think she was talking. I just want to make sure her mic's working.
Okay.
I can't hear you, Smitha. Yeah, it's not working.
Mr. Wong, we might need to have you put the language on the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can, yes.
Okay.
It's a little
So-
echoey, but I think for the ending, we can do that. We're not on yet.
Okay, we're not on the record?
No, nothing's been on the record.
Okay, so we'll go back on the record for this portion of it for DPU 2295. We've had an off-the-record discussion regarding outstanding record requests from previous testimony that was provided. We're going to put on the record request DPU 7. I'm going to have Ms. Divakar provide the language for the record request at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Tar.
I'm not hearing her.
Breaking up.
Yeah. I'm not taking anything yet.
Mr. Tar, reference to submittal parents book.
Okay.
I'll go again. So this is with reference to DPU-LU-10 parents 1. Please discuss the alignment of the access road proposed around the location 8 towers. The subpart to this question is, please discuss if the company anticipates any obstruction to rail traffic or any compromise to safety of the track due to movement of material or equipment along the proposed access road. Another sub-question would be, what is the distance of separation for excavation work for access road the company plans to provide to ensure safety of the tracks? And has the company's alignment of access roads as shown in pages 2 and 3 been approved by the MBTA? If these responses make references to any standards or approvals, please provide these along with the response. Thank you.
Mr. Durand, is that clear for you and the civil engineers?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
So at this time, I'm going to open it back up to Mr. Rosenwig if there's any redirect, as we had discussed before we went off the record previously.
Thank you, Presiding Officer Tar. Just one brief question, and it relates back to an earlier discussion and statement and a question from Attorney Nyland, that having to do with what he saw as potential to obtain a variance, I believe, from the Conservation Commission for work that the company might be performing in Fall River. And I was wondering whether any of the witnesses, maybe Mr. Durand or others, could comment on whether they see that as a prospect of needing to obtain a variance in order to get an order of conditions.
Yeah, this is Jamie Durand again. For this particular project, no, we don't foresee the need for obtaining a variance from the DEP. I think, as was mentioned, there are, in the Wetlands Protection Act, there are certain impact thresholds for bordering vegetated wetlands and coastal bank for other projects that may push the project to have needing for a variance. But for National Grid, we'll be working under the limited project provisions in the Wetlands Protection Act. So at 310 CMR 1024 and 310 CMR 1053, there's limited project provisions for certain types of activities. And one of those is for public utilities, such as electric transmission. And just to make in short, what the limited project provisions do is they realize there are certain projects that may not be able to be built within those impact thresholds. and that they serve a public benefit. The conservation commissions are given some discretionary authority as to how they apply the regulations and the performance standards. You know, we still are looking to meet all or as many performance standards as we can, and still, you know, go through the avoidance, minimization, and mitigation requirements of the regulations. So that's it, David.
Thank you, Mr. Durand. Nothing further from the company.
Does anyone from the D.P.U have any additional follow-up questions as a result of the redirect question just presented? Seeing and hearing no response, I anticipate that there's no additional follow-up questions. I will now entertain a motion to move all the exhibits into evidence. This includes all exhibits on the draft exhibit list, any exhibits from our hearings, and any responses to record requests. Do I have a motion to move the exhibits into evidence?
So moved.
Are there any objections? Seeing and hearing no objections, I move the exhibits into evidence. At this time, we're going to go off the record for a discussion regarding procedural matters for the record responses as well as initial briefs. So we'll go off the record briefly, David, and have that discussion. As a preliminary matter, I had tentatively scheduled a few dates. If there's any issues with these dates, please let me know. As of right now, because there are 7 record requests that we've put on the record at this time. As a preliminary matter, I have them due on February 13th, unless there's additional time needed from the company to respond.
That would be acceptable to us. It may be, as we're developing responses, we may identify the need for another day or two on one or more. I say that only provisionally, not that I know that to be the case, in which case we would ask for an extension of time, but we anticipate, given the relatively limited number of record requests, we'll be able to respond within a week's time.
Okay, and as far as initial briefs being due in the matter, because of the limited nature for a lot of this, I would say the initial briefs would be due 2 weeks from that date on February 27th. Is there any issue with that date? That would also be if there was any additional requests for more time for the record requests, I would also entertain an additional extension for the initial briefs as well. But if there's no additional request for time, I would say that February 27th seemed like enough time. So what are your thoughts?
Was there a transcript of the proceedings? And usually, if you and I don't know how you do your briefs, but do we cite to the transcript and wait until the transcript has been issued, or what's your preference?
Well, I would generally. I don't know that the company had requested expedited transcripts in this matter, so I believe that it takes approximately a week. So by the time we get the record responses back, David, I think.
Yeah. Mike, we would be seeking expedited transcript. Usually David's fine work and his colleagues are able to produce that quite quickly.
Yeah,
okay.
Although David's colleague is not the one who's taking the job today. David is.
Okay.
So give me some latitude on that. I'm going to work to get it as close to end of day tomorrow as I can.
Okay. And I haven't ordered one, David.
It comes as part of the service.
Okay.
You'll get it when everybody gets it. Everybody gets it at the same time.
Yeah.
All right. Terrific.
All right. So is there any issues regarding the February 27th date for any parties?
Not for us. That works for us.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. And then tentatively at this point, I'd also schedule the reply brief, if any reply brief is needed, would be due then on March 12th, 2024. Everyone seems okay with that. So we'll go back on the record and I'll put that information and then we can close out for today. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we are now back on the record in DPU 2295. We've had an off-the-record discussion regarding procedural matters for tentative due dates or for due dates regarding procedural issues in the matter. Our off-the-record discussion has determined that record responses will be due as of February 13th, 2024. Initial briefs will be due on February 27th, 2024, and any reply brief would be due by March 12th, 2024. There's also the potential for additional requests for extensions of time, and I will entertain those as they come in moving forward. Is there any additional procedural matters that anyone would like to address at this time before we close out the hearing?
Company has no such matters. No, thank you.
The intervener doesn't have any matters. No, thank you.
Anything else from our panel or anyone else from DPU staff that has any additional input or comments? Seeing and hear no indication of additional requests, at this time I will close out the evidentiary hearings for 2295, and I look forward to the record response and the initial briefs. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. This will also indicate that we are not going to be meeting again on February 8th. We've determined that that is now no longer required, so that hearing will be canceled. So if you have any additional responses, please send them via email, and I look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your courtesies.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Cut, we're off the record, right?
And off the record.
Thank you.